federal bill earlier this year, and we haven't seen anything since. I think it's still in the water. I think it could still make a comeback. On the state level, it's been introduced as well because we need to get regulatory relief for folks at the federal level and the state level. And a new idea that's taking some root at the state level is requiring state agencies to not have rules that are more stringent than the federal rules, which is a nice twist. And so there are a couple of ways we're tackling this. I think it's still something that the Trump administration has highlighted as a priority. There's still lots of folks in Congress who want to see it happen. I think we will see something on that front. It might not be reins. It might be something different. But the pressure is mounting because everybody, as you mentioned, especially in energy right now, everybody's feeling that pain in a very personal way. And I think that's waking people up to the system that we've created, which is it's just bonkers. I mean, there's no reason it should take us, 10 years to build a power plant. That's crazy. We're Pennsylvania. Energy is what we do.
I'm looking at one site. There are all these different groups. There's one group that claims that the REINS Act, that the bill represents one of the most, and I'm quoting here, radical threats and generations to our government's ability to protect the public from harm. So they're saying the pushback here is, oh, no, we're protecting you from any harm by having all of these regulations. You say what to that, Elizabeth?
I say prove it. This forces the conversation to happen in Congress, right? It creates more awareness. And if the regulation is that good, and if the harms and the threats are that bad, then it will pass. Congress will approve it. So if you have nothing to hide, you should not be afraid of this. If you're trying to slip something through, if you're trying to, pass a regulation because of a favored industry, okay, then the REINS Act might not be a good for you. But I think for the American people, it's the right way to go because it really forces us to have a true conversation. Is this regulation actually needed? And you wouldn't be surprised on, but it is still amazing to me how many regs we have on the book that are duplicative, completely outdated, actually do the opposite of what they were intended to do. I mean, it's crazy. And so a lot of credit to, what they've done over at the EPA, but we have a lot more work to do in terms of cleaning up this mess because it's been way too easy to take away our freedoms over the past, at least 30 years, but probably longer than that.
Elizabeth Stell, it's good to catch up with you, and Commonwealth Foundation, come back soon. Thank you, Elizabeth.
My pleasure.
Take care. Hey, we are going to do a reset at the top of the hour, 11 o'clock. A lot of breaking news, so I'll update you on everything that's going on. Want to get into this mystery story in the Olney section of Philadelphia, so we'll get to that. A whale of a tale, some great stories that I haven't even had a chance to get to since 6 o'clock this morning. Thanks for being here today. Good to be with you on this Tuesday, 855-839-1210. Quick break. We'll be right back.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
It feels great knowing that I hear other people talking about, oh, the market's going down, I lost this much money, and they're all fretting over it. And we don't have that fret at all. We are very comfortable knowing that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. It's just going to compound and create more money as we move forward.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. Even when the market crashes or goes down, we're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I will never forget what happened September 10th. That day, I cried, I prayed. I know so many of you did too, when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Conservative Christian guy who I thought more of as a youth faith leader than a political person, just my own personal feeling about him. But I'm so sad still. And just, it just affected me. I don't know if it affected you in that way, but just talking to friends and family and on the phone that afternoon, I'll never forget it. It was just one of those horrifying situations, and I just hoped and prayed that he could survive that. Obviously he didn't, but Charlie Kirk, man, this court case, I have to admit, I am enthralled by it just to learn more about it. So right now, as I speak, because Pacific time, it's 8 a.m. So in Utah, this is day 2 of the accused Charlie Kirk assassin in court. We saw Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk, mom of 2 young kids, his mom and dad. They were in court yesterday. Don Jr., Trump, was in court as well. Prosecutors arguing that the man accused of murdering Kirk should stand trial. And this is part of the procedure. And look, everybody, this is our American way, our system, that they, in Utah, the way they do this, week-long preliminary hearing. And this is what they have to do. They want to prove the case to the judge, and prosecutors aiming to prove to the judge that, yes, they have a case. They have enough evidence. And they were saying yesterday in court, and they brought up witnesses. They'll continue to put forth witnesses and say they have, quote, a mound of evidence that they have motive, they have tangible evidence, they have DNA. But I think the most stunning pieces of evidence, and now we get to see this, right, during the disclosure period here, I think the most, and can we take this live? Yeah. So, and by the way, Charlie Kirk's widow fought for this. If you're watching us, and we apologize for a little technical problem, so thank you to our engineers and Dan Borowski who got us back streaming live on YouTube. But you're seeing in court, this is a live shot. So they've just, 4 minutes ago, they've just gone back to court. Yesterday, they were in court all day. But prosecutors saying yesterday and putting this out there that, in fact, they have the text messages. In other words, I hate saying his name, the accused killer's own words, his own texts to his roommate, his romantic partner, who very quickly flipped and gave up everything, okay? Gave up everything he had because otherwise he could have been charged, and that was the threat. So they have that. But in his own words, basically they're claiming they have a confession, very damning texts that the accused killer, the accused gunman, actually wrote to his lover, the furry, if you remember that one. And so the hearing marks the most significant presentation of evidence in the case so far. After this, the district judge, Tony Graff, we saw him, last year, and this all started, like I said, September 10th, 10 months ago. So 23-year-old Tyler Robinson, charged with aggravated murder, among other things, in that September 10th assassination of Charlie Kirk on the Utah Valley University campus. Robinson's defense team, and these are court-appointed, taxpayer-paid attorneys, they've not commented on his guilt or innocence. He has not entered a plea because basically all he has, in my opinion, in covering many murder trials over the years, high profile or not, it doesn't matter. I mean, what you have in a case like this with so much evidence, according to the prosecution, is that they're fighting to save the life of their client. Okay, what they have is, you have a death penalty in Utah. And so in this one, I think that they would hope that they could negotiate with the prosecution and negotiate and say to them, hey, let's just not even have a trial. Let's not put the widow, the young widow, or the parents, the grieving parents, let's not put this community through a devastating trial that would be public. The cameras are allowed in the courtroom. And so let's not even have a public trial. He will plead guilty if he gets to spend the rest of his life behind bars. And I suspect that even the widow who, yes, Erica Kirk did say, remember, during Charlie Kirk's very emotional public, during his funeral services, etc., and the memorial services, she said she forgave. But forgiving is not forgetting or holding accountable. And so I think that Utah and the country wants justice for Charlie Kirk. And I think the prosecutor here in the prosecution is saying, no. They want the death penalty. That's on the table. And I suspect there will not be a negotiation. We'll see moving forward. But I think that's what's going on here, because you say to yourself, well, why haven't they entered a plea? The guy turned himself in. His parents turned him in, and he turned himself in. So why wouldn't he enter a plea? Because he, in fact, wants to negotiate and does not want the death penalty.
Millions of dollars for the kids of single moms, that is powerful. And Mr. President, in particular,
Sorry, I had something else planned.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I heard Senator Cruz, and I was like, what's going on? I heard Ted Cruz speaking. I thought,
I don't even know where that came from, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry
that
about
was
that.
weird. No, that's all right. It's like a weird, I don't know, it's a weird Tuesday. It's a freaky Tuesday.
I have the audio of the courtroom now. That's where I meant to go.
To which
Thanks,
they are
Dan.
entitled. Consistent with the court's standing decorum order, all spectators shall remain quiet, civil, and orderly during all times. Spectators shall not engage in conduct that is distracting, disruptive, provocative, disrespectful, uncivil, or threatening in any manner. Spectators shall not make audible comments of any kind, shall not shake or nod their heads, and shall not make gestures or other visible reactions during today's hearing. Spectators shall also not wear or display pins, buttons, signs, clothing, photographs, or other items expressing support for or opposing to any person connected with this case, or expressing
So this
any
is
position
perfunctory.
concerning
This is
the
not
status.
aimed at anything specific. This is what they do, at the beginning, and they're going through and they're giving the instructions, and so laying the groundwork, the framework, the scaffolding for what everybody can expect and what are the rules moving forward. So we have that going on.
Do you want to revisit the moment yesterday where the judge reviews the footage of Charlie Kirk and just has that absolutely horrific flinch?
And so here's the thing: the judge has to look. Unfortunately, the judge has to look at all of the evidence that's being presented, right, at trial. And so prosecutors, had to present this. And so the judge looked at it. Erica Kirk, as well as, I believe, Charlie's parents left the court before this moment on purpose because they just did not want to be present. They didn't want to look at it. They didn't want to be present for it. So the judge is the one, he's reviewing this and sparing them or, anybody. That it's just the judge has to rule on it. And it's a formality, but yeah, let's
here, and it's quick too. It's about 2 seconds in. So pay attention here. I'm going to press play and you'll see about 2 seconds after just his absolute flinch. Here you go. And there it is.
Yeah. It's hard to look at.
It is. Yeah. It's rare for a judge to show that kind of. I mean, you can see that he's holding back any kind of emotion in that flinch, but there's clear emotion there, right, Dawn?
Yeah, I mean, so he's a human being, and I think anybody who saw, unfortunately, it went viral and it's gory. We all saw it. I remember seeing it and thinking it was one of those deep fakes, and I was talking to a relative because I was just on the phone that afternoon and. A relative said, "Did you see it?" And I said, "It could be a deep fake because it just is very gory and blood gushing and horrific." And so I think for so many people, Charlie Kirk, I loved him, and I just think whether you knew him or didn't know him, you felt like you knew him. And he was this bigger than life character and a tall presence and somebody who was a believer and beloved, an icon. I mean, somebody who was so smart, and his memory and just what he created with Turning Point USA and really empowering so many young people, especially young guys who went to college campuses and felt canceled. And he said, no, we're going to go to college campuses and we're going to change this narrative and we're going to stand up for you and stand up for free speech. And think about it. I mean, here's somebody who's a young guy, a young dad, and wearing that now iconic T-shirt, freedom, celebrating freedom, this freedom of our country, freedom of speech. And yet, I mean, that's the deep, tragic irony, is it not? He was assassinated because he was good at it. And so people who were aggravated with him wanted to shut him down and literally wanted to silence him.
Sincerest apologies if you did report this, but Erica is back in the courtroom again today.
Yeah, so she was there yesterday. Imagine how difficult that would be. Imagine.
Are you kidding me?
For a grieving spouse, and that's just it. I don't want to hear about Candace Owens this week or whatever conspiracy theories. This is a woman who was madly in love with her husband and wanted to have more kitties. Want to have more children. They have 2 beautiful little children. And to think that, whether you're coming from the perspective of the grieving spouse or his parents. I mean, we saw yesterday that Erica was holding the hand of her mother-in-law at one point. And all these bizarro narratives that people create is just gross. Just shut up. I just want to say just give this family this week. But she wants to remind everybody. I mean, she is the human side of this and wants to remind everybody that Charlie Kirk deserved justice. If anything else, whether or not she forgives, because that's the easier thing to do, to say, I forgive him, right? Because there's no vengeance. That's not what this is about. But I think you can forgive somebody, but you're not forgetting. And she's demanding that the cameras are here, that everybody pays attention to this, and that the accused killer, the alleged killer, and I have to say that, right, because that's the proper thing to do, but that person is held fully accountable by the law. So we have that going on.
Did you want to take a testimony of David Hall? He's a police officer who co-led the Kirk shooting investigation as investigator.
Yes. Yeah, so let's go to that.
He's coming up to the stand now. The judge ordered him back to the stand as a witness. So.
Okay.
So yesterday,
all day yesterday testimony.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. As of yesterday, there is also a water bottle to your left. And if you wouldn't mind just making sure that microphone is directly in front of you, we want to make sure that the record picks up your testimony today. Mr. Sturgill, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Agent Hall, we're going to return to what has been marked State's Exhibit 12.1. There was reference to it yesterday. And I'd like to ask you again, have you reviewed that exhibit?
Yes.
And if you wouldn't mind, just briefly remind us what that exhibit consists of.
The exhibit is a compilation or running of the UVU campus security footage.
Sorry, it's a little tough to hear.
Your Honor, excuse me, we can't hear the witness.
That's what I hear. So let's go ahead and stop. I'm not hearing it. So
yeah.
The whole courtroom.
But this is important because any mistake, any misstep, the defense team will use in this. And so it's important that it's all proper.
From the base a little bit closer to you. That will help. All right, let's go ahead and go back to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.1. I'd asked you a moment ago if you'd reviewed that exhibit.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And would you just remind us what that exhibit consists of?
It's a compilation of videos that were part of the overall footage that was obtained from the Utah Valley University as part of the investigation.
And does that compilation video, from your point of view, capture Mr. Robinson arriving to and visiting the UVU campus?
It does, yes.
On September 10th through the 11th, 2025?
Correct.
That day at least
and
4
again,
times.
I asked you this question yesterday, but did you prepare that video compilation?
I did not.
Okay, do you know who did?
The Utah County Attorney's Office.
Okay. Does that video, and I'm referring to 12.1 exhibit, State's Exhibit 12.1, does it include all of the footage collected by the SBI from UVU?
It does not, no.
Does that video, again, 12.1, include all of the footage you collected from UVU that captures who you believe is Mr. Robinson walking around campus?
Not all of the footage, no.
You reviewed this compilation with Mr. Olson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in its entirety?
Yes.
And he actually, and then you collected an 1102 statement from him?
I did, yes.
And I believe that has actually been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 12.3. Did Mr. Olson refer to that exhibit, 12.1, in his statement?
He did, yes.
Okay. 12.3. I'm going to put on your monitor State's Exhibit 12.3, and I ask that you scroll down towards the very bottom. And I would ask that you read from the statement specifically what Mr. Olson said about State's Exhibit 12.1. And I want to narrow your focus, so I'm going to draw your attention about 3/4 down the page. There's a sentence that begins on the left margin, "I have reviewed." Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Okay, would you please read that sentence?
I have reviewed State's Exhibit 12.1, and the recordings are true and accurate, including timestamps, dates, and camera labels. The only changes are some zooms and red highlights, which were not part of the original recording.
Yeah. Have you, I'm sorry?
Sorry, I didn't know if you wanted me to continue. Or...
No, that's good enough. Have you had a chance, well, you review the raw footage yourself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does that comport with your viewpoint of that exhibit?
It does, yes.
Have you had a chance to review what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.4?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you review that exhibit?
This morning.
And who did you review that exhibit with?
With Kimberly Durfler.
Okay. Was there any conversation about that exhibit?
No, I was just shown the video.
Okay. Nobody asked you questions or suggested anything to you?
They did not, no.
Okay. Did you prepare that exhibit?
I did not.
So in this one, defense attorneys are going to try to are going to try to poke holes, in any kind of testimony, whereby we heard yesterday that they said that they spotted the accused gunman, Robinson, on campus that day about 4 times. So here's the most, and it's interesting, different media outlets, some say bombshell revelations yesterday, others say no new revelations. Why do they say that? Because we learned a lot and we know a lot of information. But to me personally, whether you want to call it a bombshell because we knew that these different texts existed, but they entered into the record and got it, on record, got testimony. The prosecution did, that Robinson confessed in a note left for his roommate, who was also his romantic partner, that read, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." So that was so when you see, you're going to see the media looking at this differently, that they say, oh, no new revelations. Others saying bombshell court revelations. It's all a matter of interpretation. I think that the media is not trying to be biased here, but rather they're saying we already had heard those things, but maybe not everybody did. And as well, it's important that these things are now on the record, in the record, and presented in court. And so one of those is that they presented in court a note that the prosecution alleges was left for the roommate. Then they'll put the roommate on the stand and they will question the roommate and say, and so they'll have that testimony. So they have to present that to the judge, convince the judge that this is critical evidence and that, in fact, they have enough evidence moving forward to go to trial, because that's all just part of the procedure, obviously. But Robinson also reportedly texted his roommate multiple times that he targeted Charlie Kirk because, quote, he had enough of his hatred, and that was from prosecutors. So, yeah. He had enough of Charlie's hatred. Yeah. So he was going to allegedly shoot him. Prosecutors also said yesterday they're presenting DNA evidence linking Robinson to the suspected murder weapon, the autopsy findings, the witness statements, video of Kirk's killing. And I know some of you on the YouTube chat were saying you never saw that viral video. You never want to see it. Trust me, it's horrifying. I wish I hadn't. But in addition, prosecutors saying they're expected to, argue that the shooting endangered others at Kirk's campus event, an aggravating circumstance that could make the crime punishable by death under Utah law. And so Monday marked the first time, as I've been reporting, that Charlie's parents, Catherine and Robert, Chicago natives, that they, as well as his widow, Erica, were in the courtroom since this case began. So that those were all notable. And like I said, you could see at one point Erica holding hands with her mother-in-law. I mean, just praying, and it's just horrible. So, and also Robinson's parents who turned him in, they were in the court yesterday at some point. I know we have to break, but just wanted to give you a sense of this. And they have to, sometimes you may say, why do we have to go to these lengths? That's our American system. That, you know, that you are presumed innocent until proven otherwise. And that's what's going on here. And all of these individuals play an important role. The judge, the prosecution, they have to be professional. All the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, because they want to make sure that this is an ironclad case so that they can move through and bring forth justice for Charlie Kirk. He deserves that. God knows. Thanks for being here on this day. I'll move, you know, we have some fun. Dan and I have fun stuff too. It's not all serious, but, you know, unfortunately, we go where the news is too. So we want to bring it to you. And this is a live proceeding that will go on. I think last night they didn't wrap up until Eastern time. It was almost 7 o'clock at night.
Wow.
Long days. So let's talk about gas prices. They are going down, I promise. I was looking at the national averages, and I think in Pennsylvania we're down to 370-ish, depending on where you are. Some places even 368. So that's good news. Gas prices going down. But with gas prices, you know, we've been talking about them. Maybe you've considered a hybrid vehicle. So many gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Honda hybrid lineup, including, yes, the Accord, the Civic, the CR-V SUV. Right now, you take advantage of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or what about 3.99%? That's 60 months on the CR-V, which my family does have a CR-V. That's Larry's vehicle. So experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Just shop online. You can start there, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon?
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So we've been covering the Justice for Charlie Kirk. You'll notice that I always try to talk about Charlie Kirk, not the alleged gunman and his name. Jimmy, thank you, on the YouTube chat, says they hated Charlie Kirk because he was better than them and they knew it. I would agree. You know, they wanted to silence him and couldn't debate him on the merits of a debate. And so what do? What happens then? And that's a piece of it. You know, we can talk about, sticks and stones and how free speech is important, but at some point, was there anybody who could have prevented this? That's always my question in this case, that allegedly and reported, it's all going to come out, but reportedly, the alleged killer, I always have to say alleged, and I'm going to be proper with it, but the alleged killer reportedly was on a Discord chat, was talking to others, and so also with his roommate, his lover. What did they know? And should they be held accountable? Or should we, have those conversations? I believe in freedom of speech, of course, but in this case, Mangle says only truly evil people. That's right. I mean, just evil in the world. It's so sad. Sarah, thank you for your kind words. Love you too. I agree with what you said on the YouTube chat.
You agree with what, Don?
Sarah. By the way.
And way to stand your ground earlier with Nick. Sometimes he and Greg just need to shut in and let you speak. You go, girlfriend. I stand behind you 100%.
Look.
Smiley face with the hearts.
Love you too. Here's the thing. I hope you know this. I don't take anything personally. I think some people do, but I've been and my husband Larry, I just said he should call in. So here's the thing. I treat all my radio brothers like my brother. Like my brother John, who's 6'5", he's a huge guy. If he did if he says stuff to me, I'm like, dude, don't be a dick. And that's what I said to Nick earlier. I was like, dude, you don't have to be a dick about it. Just
am I supposed to bump that?
I don't know. Oh, am I not allowed to say that?
I don't know, but I did anyway.
Oh, rhymes with.
We're talking very
his
slow
name.
right now.
Whatever.
On air.
But I'm just saying, I don't take it personally. I'm just gonna. give it back because I have a brother and I have radio brothers, right? Broadcasting brothers. Broadcasting bros. And so I've got a really thick skin. And so whether it's news or op-eds or whatever, yeah, I'm going to stand my ground because that's the way it is. But I'm not I don't get mad. That's the nice piece of it. I'm so used to it. And by the way, I'm 100% right. You know I am. Larry,
I'm not getting involved.
Larry, my husband's like, oh no, I'm not getting involved either. He's like, no, yep, she's right.
Just gonna play drops with Greg instead.
But
Kale and Company, we're kinda right.
Well, speak for yourself, Greg
Stop
Stocker.
sharing every dumb thought that's in your head. That's what talk radio is for.
There are no dumb thoughts in my head, Gregory.
Stop it! Just stop it!
I could have a full conversation
I
with
know.
Greg if you wanted
So
it.
funny. Greg!
Get off.
So Gary says, good morning, Dawn and Dan. Great show all the time.
Firing squad.
Matt, thank you. Yeah, baby. Only dogs get mad. People get angry. I don't even get, I have a really long fuse. I don't.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't know. Who let the dogs out reference? I have no idea.
What? Okay.
Only dogs get mad.
You want some Who Let the Dogs Out?
Like a mad, who let the dogs out? Woof. Usually Iran and Trump stuff.
Sorry, I just wanted to give you your space to do it first.
I know. I really wasn't. Here's the thing. I know what was Farish doing. No, so Sean would have agreed with me, by the way, because I think Sean would have agreed with me.
Yeah. I mean, I find the topic itself, though, incredibly interesting because the party right now is divided on this issue, if we're being honest. I mean, I think you're right in saying that the majority of the party is probably more with you on this.
Mm-hmm.
But there is conversations, and it is hurting his polling numbers. So I think us as a station that talks politics, it's our duty to a degree to have these types of... to have these types of hard conversations. So when I hear you guys go off on that, it's tough because I really like you guys both as individuals, but it makes for damn good radio.
He likes me more.
Yeah, and Greg knows what he's doing.
Poor Greg. He's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. Even when he's not here and he's hopefully not listening, hopefully he's with his beautiful wife and beautiful child.
Boobs and money, money and boobs.
But here's the truth about, President Trump. What I love is that, and here's the difference. On other shows, they only will air a little clip of, let's say, President Trump with Erdogan or whatever. I love to play those longer clips. The reason being, you can glean a lot from it. And I'll go back because I couldn't listen to it, in its true original raw form because I was on air. So, Dan, thank you for editing those clips down. I was watching it and kind of monitoring it. But the reason that it's important is you can learn a lot and get a lot when you do watch it and listen to it raw to understand where Trump is going with this and what he wants. And so that's what I do. And it's news. And it's legit.
I love also the nuance of taking the long answers. I hate to step on you there, but it's when you have the breaths and especially when you're on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and you can see the long reactions of Trump as these reporters are speaking. I think that plays into a lot of the context that's left out by these outlets as well. And as you're saying, when you see that raw footage, you get to make your own assumptions. You don't have to take a secondhand assumption and then choose to believe it or not. No, you can watch it and form your own opinions.
Yep, come up with your own. And so that's just it. Trump, the difference with Trump is that in the past, let's say George W. Bush, in the past, George W. Bush was somebody who followed all of the protocols and the rules, if you will, and did what I think he thought he was expected to do. So the traditional, NATO, all the rules were in place. I think in this regard, Trump is a rule breaker. And so maybe in the past, Erdogan was not somebody that a U.S. president like, let's say Bush, would say, would call a friend. What Trump is saying is that Erdogan is somebody who could have, and that's what I think it was in clip 4 in that part, Turkey and Erdogan could have gotten involved with Iran, right? With this whole thing. Never did. And so by them, and they're a neighbor to Iran, and they're well respected by some of those fringy countries that might not be a so-called friend or ally. That's why they're the bridge. And that is a strength that Trump has right now. And it's very important to bridge to Russia, to China, and yes, to Iran. And so that's what Trump sees. And so and he talked about, we didn't even get to this clip, but he talked about Syria. Okay? You think about Syria, their leader right now is somebody who was most wanted, who was considered an enemy. But he's saying they've been good. So if you're good and you play along and you care just about everybody having peace and prosperity, then you're good with Trump. He doesn't have a problem with you. What's that? You want to go to a little bit of it?
I think the courtroom, I'm wondering if we might want to go back to, because they actually chose, we were talking during the break that there was actually a debate by lawyers at the Tyler Robinson trial for Charlie Kirk whether or not they should show the surveillance footage of the university out there, the Utah University.
Okay, let's switch back to it.
Yeah, and they're actually now showing the surveillance footage and the cops walking them through it. It's pretty interesting stuff. Here you go.
12.4. It does, yes.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to have this video run. And if you don't mind, as it's running, I'm probably going to be asking you some questions. And so this video has no audio, is that right?
No, there's no audio on the cameras.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start the video.
Your Honor, it's just not up on the screen yet.
Let's go ahead and put it on all screens. No, I appreciate it. Is so it is admitted and may be published to the screens. And just want to make sure it's on your screen, agent. All right, Mr. Sturgill, you may proceed.
Appreciate that, Judge. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe that this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
All right, where does he go from there?
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus and actually goes to the quad area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
By quad area?
Sorry, the amphitheater is what I previously referred it to.
All right. So he goes up on campus, visits the amphitheater area, the courtyard or quad.
Correct.
And then what do we see here now?
He returns on foot back to the same vehicle.
And what time is he returning back to the vehicle?
It's about 9:25 a.m.
So what you're seeing, they're entering into the record, these surveillance videos, and it's a wide shot of a parking garage, and you're going to see that through. This is Utah State Bureau of Investigations agent David Hull describing the videos, and he was as well yesterday testifying during questioning by prosecutors. showing the crowd yesterday milling around at the event, Charlie Kirk interacting. And so now they're going through and they're having this agent now describe all of these different surveillance videos and getting in the docket and making sure that these are part of the public record, and then they would be entered into and be used as evidence at trial to say they can place with time and date and time stamped, and they can place the alleged gunman on the scene, at the scene of the crime throughout the day.
And what time did he return to campus?
Just after 10 a.m.
And does he leave the parking structure eventually?
He does, yes.
Okay. And during this visit, do you know where he goes after he leaves the parking structure?
Yes, we were able to track his movements on campus. He went to Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen building and purchased some food, sat and ate the food. Then, I'm sorry.
Where did he purchase the food from?
Chick-fil-A in the Sorensen Center.
And where is that in relation to the amphitheater or the courtyard?
It's kind of on the northeast side of the amphitheater. It would be on the upper back edge of the amphitheater, furthest away from where the tent was that Mr. Kirk was in.
And from there, where does he go?
From there, he moves across campus, out across Campus Drive into a wooded area on what would be kind of the northeast side of Campus Drive. Then returns back onto campus. We noticed at this point that he's no longer carrying the backpack that he was originally wearing. He moves through the Gunther building and the computer science building. And then, I'm sorry?
And then goes where?
Then goes across to the railing that gives access to the roof of the Losi building.
And from there?
From there, he comes back down the stairs and walks off campus from that point.
And about what time was that he left campus that second time? Do you know?
I believe it was approximately 11 a.m. or just after, if I recall.
Yeah, so they're going through all of the security, the surveillance videos, and you heard them talk about in the 8 a.m. hour. Now we're in the 11 o'clock hour. And so that's important that they document all of this. The proceeding, I understand that it may resemble a mini trial. It's not a trial. Prosecutors just placing all of this evidence, demonstrating to the judge there are reasonable grounds to believe that, in fact, the defendant here, believe that he could have killed Charlie Kirk, or that he did. They're laying out their case and they have to present this. But the standard, this is not a trial. And obviously at trial, those standards are much higher. The prosecutors must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, right? And so that's not, they don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. They just have to prove that they have enough evidence here to go to trial. And so and also they're putting all of this into the record. They have to disclose all the evidence they have to the defense team so that the accused can have a proper defense. So that's what we're seeing here. And I know it's perfunctory. To me, it's fascinating. I live and breathe this stuff, but it's critical because if they make a mistake during any process such as this, then unfortunately that gives the defense team wiggle room to try to go for, a mistrial at the end or whatever. So you want it to all be proper. So it looks like they're doing everything by the book as expected. So we've got that going on. But it's live coverage. It'll go throughout the day. And, just say a prayer I can't even imagine the grief of this, his parents, their only son, and obviously adored him, his wife, little kids growing up without daddy, 10 months. What a surreal, horrific thing. We will, on the other side, we'll have a little bit of fun. We have two stories that I want to get to. We'll have some fun. Wedding fun, whale fun, not all in one story. I will say this. Sorry. I know it's like weird. That was weird. That came out all wrong. But you know what? I'm so thankful this heat wave that finally it's over. I know that we're going to get hot toward the end of the week, but 79 degrees. This morning it was in the 60s when I was up, and it's like, the 4 a.m. hour. I'm like, oh, thank goodness that the heat wave is over for now. Thank goodness. The high about 79 and kind of cloudy. I'm just so thankful for it. But my guys, Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning, veteran founded, and they really do. They live by the motto of freedom isn't free. Supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. AC season, it's here. It's summertime. You got to call my guys, Marvin E. Cans, for your AC tune-up. But if you do need new equipment, Marvin E. Cans, they're going to donate $100 to TMF, to the Travis Manion Foundation. $100 to Travis Manion Foundation for every new installation. Proud installers of Train, Trane, hard to stop a train. Just go to marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Crystal Cave Park. For a fun summer attraction, visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, Pennsylvania. It's always a cool 54 degrees when you're amongst the stalactites and stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park in nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
Rent-A-Kill North America Inc. seeks digital products senior analyst in Reading, PA. Must have bachelor's degree in computer science or related, and 5 years of IT project-based environment experience, including application development lifecycle and methodologies, designing and developing RESTful APIs using microservices architecture in large complex system environments, utilizing enterprise integration patterns, programming using C#, SQL, SOAP/REST, web services, XML, JSON, cloud experience with GCP, CI/CD experience, manual and automated testing using tools like Selenium, TestNG, Postman. Remote work is an option. Email CVS to dalton.li@rentakill-terminex.com with resume attached in the subject line. Equal opportunity employer.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio
app. Okay, we have to get to the whale. So I'll just we're talking on the YouTube chat and Road Warrior. What? Some might argue what. Let me just tell you guys something. I have to get Larry to call in because he will tell you it does not matter if I have not slept for 3 days. When I have like this energy that is exhausting, and I am the marathon queen. So nobody will out-talk me when it comes to Trump. You'll never win. I'm just telling you. Like it's like nobody comes close to my energy. I don't know what it is, but I do. I have this like energy, and so if Larry Bear were here. And he could have advised some of my colleagues. He would have said, dude, just eat your berries and just, you don't want to. Because I would go to like 4 a.m. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I have this energy, especially when it comes to something I believe in, that it's just like, forget about it.
If you don't like it, you can eat me.
Greg, poor Greg. Poor Greg. I don't know if Larry would call in, but he's occupied in the bubble bath. That's true. With Nick, perhaps. Just kidding. And for the record, I don't know if it's like a weird day today.
I didn't know what I was clicking there. She said seal sound. Okay.
Get off my YouTube.
I don't know if Rich Scioli and Fetterman, have they met? I don't know. Somebody's asking that too. Sorry, we never get to the whale story.
Yeah,
tomorrow. We'll get to it tomorrow. The wedding story. What the heck? Dom Giordano's in the house.
Yeah.
Hey, Dom.
Hi, Dawn.
Come for the cheesesteaks and stay for the bum.
Dom, do you argue with Roe? Like, if Roe, you know what I mean? Like,
Dom, do you know what you're getting yourself into?
Okay. Go right ahead. I'm not.
I didn't mean to interrupt your question there, Dawn.
That's okay. Time's a waste, you know. What's the biggest takeaway from Plattner, Dawn? And the Philadelphia Sports Inquirer coverage, the soccer team lived down to Donald Trump's expectations. They played like the losers he thought they were.
Mm-hmm.
These people at the Inquirer and a lot of the sports pundit industry have gone far, far left. It's pretty obvious.
Far away. You know what? They're going to have withdrawal.
Yes.
In 2028.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
Exactly.
The Dom Show, it's going to be an awesome one, as usual, is next.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready for Men at Work.
You better run, you better take cover.
Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert. Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
This weather won't last forever. Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book horizonservices.com today.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. A little change up. We'll get to Plattner here and what are some of the big takeaways as we wait to see. Yeah, I know all signs point to he's going to drop out, but there's a rousing chord of people out there saying they better replace him with someone Plattner-like. Otherwise, they're going to have big trouble. I mean, this is what they want. That's what the Democrat Party wants. Nutbag, animal, Plattner, that's the type of guy they want. We'll break all that down. But I wanted to begin, and thanks to Guy Shiraki, a guy I might not have seen this, except that you texted me about it because I don't see it up in a prominent spot. So the Inquirer sports column today, coming off, and I thought it was a pretty decent game last night, despite the U.S. difficulties as far as watching it as a contest. The Inquirer writes, I'm not even going to name the name of the guy because it's just similar nonsense here. Look, I didn't think Trump should have intervened. It's a corrupt sport. It's goofy. The red card, we went through that yet. I don't want to get in the weeds anymore on red cards. So I don't think he should have intervened with the guy who runs this cockamamie organization. But the idea that Trump, here's what the Inquirer's pitching to take away from this. Trump's authoritarian. Trump is icky. Trump's a curse. Trump's did this because he believes that these were losers. This is the Inquirer. They're losers, and they played like the losers last night that Trump believes they are. Otherwise, why would he intervene in this or try to intervene? Well, he tried to intervene, again, even though I'm on the other side of it, because you want any edging yet. This is arguably one of their better players. I don't know how you would rank them, et cetera. But he is. He had 4 goals scored, et cetera. These European teams have a long pedigree, even though Belgium might not be the top. It might be Spain and all that stuff. But to advance, you want to do all that you can to advance. And there was an argument to be made that a red card is too severe here, even in this goofy world. They could have given him a yellow card, the whole tired argument. But what does this tell us about outfits like the Inquirer and the person who wrote this and the sports coverage world, the punditry? Back in the day, sports used to be anything, used to be rough and tumble, if anything, for want of a better term, a bit more conservative. Now, the people that have taken over can come up with this stuff. So the Inquirer says Trump believed they were losers. That's why he jumped in. they don't even seem to get to the karma of this. It's just an all-out assault on Trump. And they played like losers last night. They didn't play a good game. And I'm not going to get into moral victories or whatever of this whole nonsense. But because you can bring Trump into this, you're able to call them losers. Now, these are the same people in sports who are always telling us, like with Trey Turner, when Trey Turner was going bad, give him a standing ovation. And yet they called the U.S. men's Olympic team losers. Well, they lost the game. They didn't play well, but I don't see what makes them losers here. Something where they completely gave it. They were tentative. When Belgium scored a goal very quickly after the first American goal, so the second goal for Belgium, you knew this was going to be very difficult. I don't think they gave up or anything like that. But because Trump is involved, you can call them, they played like the losers that Trump believes they are. And that's why Trump intervened in this. He shouldn't have intervened. This whole nonsense is ridiculous. Well, guess who agreed with the intervention, I believe? And then he drops a line. This will be cut 17. He drops a line in here about America is a soccer nation now. No, we're not, buddy, for the obvious reasons. We're never going to be a soccer nation that I can see, and thank God for that. Nothing wrong with the playing going up and down, but as far as a national pastime or connection to it, that's not happening. We know that football is, and we know why baseball is not. No matter what baseball says, football is. It fits America. It's an obvious thing. All right, so this is cut 17. Here's Mondani agreeing with Trump on something. Cut 17.
On Donald Trump imposing himself on that red card, can you just comment? Do you think he went out of bounds?
Look, I think as someone rooting for the U.S. men's national team, I think that Flo Balogun should have never been given that red card. I thought it was a cruel red card.
Cruel?
I also spent most of my time just thinking about the game, and I think I will echo the sentiments of many that it was a very difficult night, and yet the difficulty of it doesn't take away from our pride in the players, our pride in the team, and in the fact that across the nation, people were united by not only an appreciation of what we've seen out there over the last few weeks, but also a recognition of the fact that we too are a soccer country, and we're so excited to see what that's going to look like in the days and weeks and months and years to come. And that's true for men's soccer, it's true for women's soccer, and it's really exciting that in the midst of the height of World Cup excitement, we're making an investment that is going to outlast just these few weeks.
Thank you.
We'll see about that, buddy. I don't know where there's room for that. Yeah, it's a spectacle. It's once every 4 years. Lemon Hill, World Cup and all that. Yes. And it has drawn a lot of people to watch the American team advancing in against the heavyweights. The drama because of the red card thing. They'll probably top easily 30 million, maybe more. So that's all good. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. But the idea that you can call the men's team losers because you're trying to get at the idea that Trump only did this because Trump believes they're losers. They can't compete. And they played down to Trump's expectations. This is how warped. Is there any rest? Didn't sports used to be the place where there were two things? It was a respite from all the political stuff. It was fun. And it did unite people in the sense of whatever your hometown was, look at when the Eagles won, et cetera. There's momentary unification around that, or something where you put aside other things and you just root for the team. But it's not. And again, I'm somebody who thinks Trump should not have gotten involved. I'll take callers, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. Now, one of the biggest things, and I do think Plattner will give it up, they're looking at another progressive in Maine You know the dates. You know the playbook. We saw it with Biden. They'd have to tag in someone by July 13th in order to make this work more easily in Maine. And this Troy Jackson guy, I think, should be the person who gets the nod. I'm not sure if he's still the speaker. He was speaker of one of the houses in Maine. And the allegation out there why they seem to like him, this guy gets him going, is in a heated policy debate. He's apparently a progressive. He threw a bottle at a woman. So it's like, what the heck? Yes, that's the allegation that's out there today as we move forward. I don't think they can choose Mills, the governor, because the mob there would not allow that, even though she actually ran in the primary and did come in second, even though Plattner put her away. But Newsweek, of all places, makes one of the big points I wanted to talk about with Plattner. Plattner is emblematic of how completely unmoored the Democrat primary voter is from reality. The party has been bleeding support from young white men. I would put Newsweek straight in there for years. Rather than look for candidates who are interested or experienced in supporting policies that could help them win back these young men, they are going to go with people they think are appealing to them because this guy had a walrus mustache, he's an oyster farmer, and he was a former hard-drinking Marine. In other words, he was a man. He was authentic. He was an appeal to these young men. So rather than asking themselves, why are these people leaving the Democrat Party? My question is, how could any of them possibly stay with a party that goes after them constantly in one form or another? Yeah, they'll allow an occasional male who's a bit ineffectual to be in leadership, sort of. But are they going to nominate them anymore? They go, no. It's more Kamala Harris. I mean, they'll do whatever they have to do to win. Why can't they reach these people? So the Plattners of the world, even though the guy's not working class, we've been through this. He went to an $80,000 a year school. His only customer is his mother for his oysters, for her restaurant. He's mocked as not even really catching or raising a lot of oysters. So there's nothing here that's genuine or authentic. Well, the crowds liked it. He was going to attack Trump. He's a very progressive, at least on paper. So what with these women? Shut up already. Do we still believe women? Well, if they're clearly Democrat or progressive and they make the claims that the current woman did, we might have to believe them. If they're vaguely apolitical or a Republican, we're not going to believe them. There's a lot of big takeaways here, and the biggest is we're not going to be lectured to by people who see a guy with a Nazi tattoo and go, yeah, but. No, that was the giveaway right in the beginning. All right, so we got two things going on here. One, a lot more on Plattner, a lot of sound on this. But two, this whole idea of let's go after Trump because the U.S. team didn't play well last night, or Belgium is better, or a combination of both. That's what it looked like to me. Didn't think it was a horrible game, though. I mean, there was a lot of movement, a lot of stuff that I saw like that. But they have any number of players that just didn't play up to expectations. So the Inquirer said Trump saw them as losers, and they played to that level. They're losers. This is amazing. You get to take a shot calling someone a loser. Yeah, they lost the game. But a loser to me is someone who gives up. There's something like that. There's some petulance. There's something that distracts from actually playing. There was none of that. But because of Trump, see, he saw them as losers, and they fulfilled his expectations. This is how warped it's come to be. And it's not just about Trump. It's about anything conservative. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. So, looking after the show yesterday, this is right around the time in history where people said we have now I guess, perfected it, sort of, the slicer bread machine. However they slice bread for the first time.
This day in 1928.
Yeah, it goes back to then. Of course, giving us one of the all-time phrases that still hasn't changed, which is greatest thing since sliced bread. People still say it. I don't know what the replacement would be. It's like Einstein when you want to say someone smart. Hey, Einstein, come on over here and get that sliced bread.
Someone's going to top it.
Yes.
Right. Someone's going to top Einstein. Someone's going to top sliced bread.
Yeah. You know, this idea, can you imagine they're slicing bread and putting it in a package?
They're not just tearing it off.
Yeah, not just used to be wrapped. It was that, as far as I can tell. So Henry's right, this date in history. We're looking for what is it then that is the greatest thing since they started slicing bread. I have two, and they're relatively not like curing cancer or anything. They're more everyday things that I would argue, if I had to choose between one of them and sliced bread, don't slice the bread. I'd rather keep the remote. What would we do today when you go home and you don't have a TV remote? Oh, my God.
Imagine changing the TVs in the studio. You got to get up on the desk here,
exactly.
lean over, and
you need a team of engineers here. Yeah, and at home, imagine getting up constantly. Well, people had bigger families back then, and they'd make the kid get up and change the channel.
Right, they're sitting by the front anyway.
Plus,
that was me.
Plus, there were only how many channels? Now you couldn't possibly. Hey, kid, get the guide. Get up, going through it there. All right. The other one would be air conditioning, of course.
Yeah.
Just imagine, not even the heat of last week, but just the average comfort, what it would be like.
I don't know if I could do this job without it.
Yeah, prior to having air conditioning. So air conditioning, a lot of people, if you ask them on the street, if they got the premise, might say, yes, that's the greatest thing since sliced bread. Kirk, start off with yours. What's yours?
I'm going to go with two. I think the smartphone. You can do everything on your phone. It's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And speaking of, okay.
I'm not evacuating.
Yeah, a little fire alarm going off here.
Yeah, exactly.
And the second I'm going to go with, and I'm going to call out Zeno's.
Yeah.
I think diners is the greatest thing sliced bread. You can have a
that's
full
very good.
meal,
Yes,
breakfast, lunch, and dinner at a diner anytime you want.
Great. Yeah, I'm not sure when diners actually started.
Yeah,
when
that's
that
a good
term
question.
Was probably after 1929, potentially.
Wasn't it in ancient Greece?
Well, that's true too. When I told Ro last night, trying to explain to her, saying that Zeno said, yeah, well, a Greek doctor invented the pap smear. She thought, what the hell? How are you talking about pap smears? It's all in play. If I could write a chapter, it would be, you never know what will come up, the pap smear moment. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I'll take two, and they're pretty simple, I think. The first one I got to take off the board is duct tape. I mean, when you're going to fix anything, right? The first thing you reach for is the duct tape. It's ultra strong, it's durable, easy to rip. Yeah, invented in 1942 by Johnson & Johnson. And then the other one I'm going to take off, because it got me thinking yesterday, kind of after Zenos' call where he's like, type into the Google box, you got it right in front of you.
Google box, yeah.
The search engine.
Yeah,
I mean, what did you guys do before the search engine? You just go, well, what's the answer to this? And you guys look around, none of you know, and you just go, okay, I guess we're just going to not know.
No, I would answer it, and nobody could check me. So
that's it was like that. Okay.
I know what it is, and there you go. You couldn't
as long as you say it confidently,
yes.
People walk around with like that's the answer.
We didn't need any fact checkers prior to that.
No fake news.
And that guy's the only one on TV still, that Dale guy on CNN, the only fact checker. And they're tired of him. You see the host, nah, that's not it. You're wrong. Fact check every sentence. All right, so 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side today. Something, the greatest thing since sliced bread. And if you watched last night at all, the idea that to get at Trump, you're going to call the American team losers. That's a direct quote. Just to get at Trump, the autocrat. And again, I don't think he should have intervened. The red card thing is ridiculous that it was given in that. And they do occasionally overrule. They're beyond corrupt. They're beyond a circus. Let's face it. It's like the NFL. Roger Goodell's a dope, but he's selling crack cocaine, NFL football that people want, and they're willing to do anything for it. The World Cup, maybe not day to day, but every 4 years, it's bigger than NFL football. That's how crazed this is. And they're going to exploit it. So they'll do whatever they want. If it helps them, they'll make this rule. Tomorrow, God only knows what they might do tomorrow. Maybe the results are not in. It's like mail-in balloting. U.S. wins 5-4. You know, the head of the World Cup says, yeah, we found this loophole here. We don't like what the Belgians did. 855-839-1210. Grab a line. Be the first in the middle of this fire alarm or whatever's gone off here. Something since sliced bread that answers that question. What's better than sliced bread? That's next with Dom. Talk Radio 1210.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858.
Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our Share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code PLAN to borrow up to $10,000.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Sunny Hostin on The View. I gave her credit. She is the most bitter, the most hateful, and I've called this for years versus Joyless Joy. and Whoopi and all that. She is just an odious figure. She doubled down on her Plattner support today, and again, doesn't know why he'd have to drop out. Bernie saying, I've spoken to Plattner. I've recommended that he step aside. He may not, though. He may say, hey, these people, if you try to replace me with the establishment, which is being talked about, they're not going to support that. So there's a little bit of drama left in this. I didn't have a chance to play it yesterday. I mentioned it, but here is Sunny Hostin, since she's still doubling down on this. This from yesterday's View. This is cut 4. Sunny Hostin talking about feeling unsafe if a neighborhood, she lives in Purchase, New York. I looked at the mansion. It's got to be a $10 million job.
What was it?
They had it last night.
Where is it?
Purchase, New York.
Purchase?
Purchase.
Like buying something.
Yeah, there's a town called Purchase, New York.
Oh,
yeah.
gosh.
Apparently, it's pretty rich, too.
Shocker.
I had heard about it before, but I didn't think it was that wealthy. But when you look at her house, and I think it's just she and her husband, so it's like, not that I'd be counting rooms and bathrooms. How many bathrooms do you need?
Right.
I mean, one time Harry Hurley, he's a great friend, asked me at the last minute, I forget what happened, who did what, where he needed the biggest event of the year. All of the people of Atlantic City and all in the whole South Jersey there. So I had to tag in with no notice and bloviate for an hour. Not hard, admittedly. He gave us a suite at the hotel, the big hotel over in Cape May, the presidential suite.
Oh.
It was so lavish. The powder room looked like the average bathroom, and the bathroom was like 2 hotel rooms long. Ro wouldn't use the bathroom. It was too lavish. Would just use the powder room.
Gets lonely in there.
And there was an actual sitting room. The room when you came in the door remember, it's a presidential room, suite. So I had a sitting room. If I were going to entertain guests, they would come into my sitting room. So who knows? Who knows? I might want to parlay there about something. So, yeah, Purchase, New York. Here's Sunny, though. When she's outside those environs, she gets very nervous when she sees the American flag.
Said there are times when I walk into a community and I see American flags all over the community, and I suddenly feel unsafe.
There you go. And she went on how the flag has been expropriated by the right. That's why she feels the American flag. So apparently today, I'm looking at the back and forth. Hostin, I was one of those people, and I said it, if I lived in Maine, I would have plugged my nose and would have voted for him anyway. I think we're in a time of existential crisis. And she still has hope for it. So we had a tattoo controversy. Not one, but 2 tattoo controversies. Unbelievable. I mean, shouldn't that be a signal right? Every time I heard this moron talk, and he strikes me as a moron, Plattner, on top of everything else. So I gave you a couple of the takeaways from this. There are others. He is a living, breathing example, though. Democrats having trouble reaching young white males. I would add straight in there. It's their policies. It's their mentality toward them. I mean, what kind of self-respecting guy is going to be with the Democrats? Based on what? What's the appeal? Oh, look at Mondani. He looks like a vigorous male. Yeah, let's do one more bench press here with this guy. Let's jump into a pool in a suit. Oh, man, I wish I could do that. And Trump picked up the scraps with all those bro shows and all that stuff. Or he didn't have to contend for them. Democrats, so who can contend? Think of someone like AOC. Can she contend for those young white males? I think she's attractive. But would you really want to put up with that? I don't know about that. I don't see that. And the boyfriend's always in Birkenstocks every time I see him. Dead giveaway there. I don't know what's going on there. Can Gavin Newsom appeal to them? I don't think he's unappealing. How about Josh Shapiro teaching him the art of the jump shot? Kamala Harris is going to appeal to them. It's the infrastructure of the party. That's what the problem is. All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown to start off on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Thank you. Let's get through the Merry Christmas and the embarrassment of yesterday's side answer, which was not only was it fictional or non-fictional, I went with the wrong one. I went with my original one, which somebody already called. So, mea culpa.
It's all right. It's all good.
There was a guy, Shiraki, going nuts yesterday. Why didn't you recognize Rocky? That was the number one answer. Guy, that was the premise of the question. Then he apologized and said, "Oh, yeah, I didn't hear the start of the show." Yes, we're not going to miss Rocky on Stallone's birthday.
I just followed suit. That's all I did is I followed suit.
Exactly.
So I haven't watched. I watched highlights of FIFA so far. I haven't watched the full match. I did watch last night's, and I will say I was embarrassed for them. It was kind of like watching a collegiate level team play a professional team, quite frankly.
Are they losers? Are they losers?
Absolutely not. They're not losers.
Right.
They lost, but they're not. They held their head up high. They gave it their best. They left everything on the field. They just got outgunned and outclassed.
Well, I think they were tentative, too. I don't know why they'd be, you know what I mean? They played kind of scared, but that's not a loser to me. I mean, to be a loser, you have to give up. You have to be selfish. There's got to be stuff like that going. I didn't see any of that.
Again, I'm an athlete, but I played soccer in middle school.
Okay.
But to watch it from above, when you go watch that game, we could not penetrate their offensive line, if you will, in a hockey way.
Mm-hmm.
We would just pass. We were really good at passing for 2, 3, maybe 4 shots, and then we would turn it over. Where the other team would grab the ball, they would get it to midfield. The midfielder on the right side would kick it deep on the left-hand side. The guy would go down and get it, cross it across the middle, whack, score.
Right.
Okay, shot, or at least a shot. We got nothing. If it wasn't for that one penalty shot, would have been 0.
Yeah, exactly right. There were not a tremendous number. But, you know, I just resent. You can't have it both ways, Inquirer. On the other hand, wanting this to be Soccer Nation, then calling them losers so you can bank shot that Trump thinks they're losers. That's why he cheated in their minds and intervened on the red card. My God.
That's misconduct.
Yeah, it is. It is. And I don't think Trump should have done it at all, and for a lot of reasons. It's a messed up rule. We get it, but they're not losers.
Well, the answer to my side question, I know you go out to Hofstra a lot. Hofstra used to be, that area of Long Island used to be known for military-grade electronics, Lockheed Martin and those kind of companies.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if you're old enough to remember, the same thing was true of the Princeton area for electronics. And everybody has at least one, because it's on every license now. But I'm going to say I say the average is everybody has at least 6 of these in their wallet or in their billfold.
Condoms?
Which is
condoms?
I can only take care of one of those maybe even a day. Used to be better than that. But it's the magnetic stripe reader that's on the back of a credit card or your license or whatever. My boss that I worked for in 1995 was one of the lead engineers at IBM who invented that. And the reason why he went into his own electrical contracting business is because when he invented it, middle management, the guys above him, said, yeah, we really don't see any application for that.
I hear you. Good one, Gary. All right. Excellent. 855-839-1210. So the day sliced bread rolled off the assembly line, that's what we're looking for, something that tops at or at least equals at some kind of contender. And it's amazing at the pace of the world how Einstein is still the name we use when we're talking about intelligence. I guess we say brain surgeon. Maybe that is it. Which one leads, rocket scientist or brain surgeon? Probably rocket scientist.
I would say rocket scientist.
I hear that more. Right. So that's changed a little bit. And then, of course, since sliced bread. Is there something else we ought to say?
I feel like brain surgery, you're almost saying like a derogatory kind of
yeah,
word.
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah, he's no brain. Yeah,
no
you use it derogatory.
Yeah, you're fumbling, doing something easy.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, dude, it's not brain surgery.
Exactly. Yeah, the rocket science is taken over on that one. All right, so hit us with that. Think of the array if you've never called before. And is the American team, this whole thing, the timeline's out there. They'll do books on it. Every time Trump gets involved, the Trump curse, the Knicks, the number of games he went to, national championship, and the home team lost. Oh, my God. It is one of the reasons why I didn't think Trump should intervene in this. You knew either way that's where it was going to go. But to take the American team, do you really want to call them losers here if you're the Philadelphia Inquirer? To me, it has to be something bigger than that. In other words, some letdown that is avoidable. Now, being tentative against a really good team, you could say, yeah, that's your losing. We really want to say that in soccer? I don't even think we use that word. That's why we have little kids killing grass every weekend playing soccer. They can't play anything else. And this way we say, oh, yeah, Johnny, you did a great job today. We didn't use any Roundup out there. You kill that grass. Just think of all those little kids running back until they get to be like 12 or 13, then at maybe 11. That's it. We're not killing grass anymore. We know we're not going to play anything. Let us out of this prison of soccer. 855-839-1210. You can grab a line. Hit us on that. Coming up, a little bit more on Plattner. And the Elizabeth Warren, I think, is the best quote on all this Plattner stuff. Who got wound up the most? Yeah, Bernie Sanders, but Elizabeth Warren really did. That's all straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango. Equipped with V8 engines. Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com. A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation, choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. You get in. So I'm watching this Inquire battle go on, and the other arguments they're making with the U.S. Soccer thing is Trump had an impact on this. Now, am I supposed to believe? I know everybody's always looking for motivation. Michael Jordan was one of the greats. They diss me when nobody dissed him and all that. Did Belgium play harder and do more of that? At the end, they trolled it by doing the Trump dance and some of this stuff. That's all fine. No, I think they just were ready for that moment. They've had more of it. The American team was tentative. I don't know why, because they didn't have as much to lose. I mean, they were the upstart. They were somebody who could take a chance here and there, you would think. And they could play like that. So I don't know about the coaching or why they would feel that way. But they're trying to make the argument. Trump had an impact on this game. He motivated the Belgians to some degree with this. The whole enterprise. Doesn't this summarize, at least at this level, with the corruption? Think of the NFL, as bad as they are with Roger Goodell. You just don't see things with this red card stuff quite. And they got a lot of cockamamie rules and a lot of stuff that goes on. He's a buffoonish figure, but a malevolent figure to me. I mean, I despise him and the whole enterprise of what they do. But the stuff here with soccer just strikes me as worse. And one of the reasons is the margin of error is so small. One player who's really good. We're sometimes talking about one goal. We're talking about one shot and all that. It all adds up to make for a sport that is not going to be the American way. I played you Mondani. So when is this going to happen with soccer? What would be the metric? Now, it's only the women. I say only because usually the male team, even if the men had won last night, is Mondani's argument, this is going to be a sea change. And yeah, around the edges, more kids might play soccer. You'll see more of it. I get that. But why has it not? What was it? Could it be 1996? When Chastain scored the winning goal for the females? 99. Okay, so it's 27 years. And they had compelling players, name players, etc. And yet, it's pretty much still, it's taken off among youngish kids, etc. But, you know, I don't think the average person could name too many soccer players other than the ones that are worldwide named, household names.
Right.
Yeah. And even though the union and things like that have done okay, it doesn't fit. Let's face it, basketball really doesn't either. And baseball has been bypassed because it's not as fast-paced, still more leisurely, despite the changes they made, which have worked. Is baseball ever going to be the number one sport again? And look at what football has. You and I remember talking about the guy last week who can't talk even with
Chris
ALS.
Johnson.
Yeah. And he's 39, I think. Even with that type of carnage, and we all know that's what the risk is in the 30 percentile or so that you end up like that. People want it. They can't wait. As much as it's exciting what's going on with the Sixers, and some days with the Phillies, and the Phillies could do pretty well this year, everybody knows that all gets pushed aside. Just even training camp pushes it aside. Why is that? That's not all of America, but large amounts of America. Because football is where America is, and I don't think soccer despite what Mondani's saying here. And this is a spectacle, but it's only every 4 years that we see this. All right, let's go to Phil and Delaware. You got the side today. Sliced bread, something better than that. Think of the possibilities. We've heard some really good ones. Hit us with one of those here on Talk Radio 1210. Phil, good afternoon. What do you have today?
And good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to you.
Well, thank you, Phil.
Before I do that, I guess my questions are with Sonny Hostin. How, other than these networks wanting rating points, how do they stay on with such outlandish, stupid, unproven comments?
Well, I would say this. There's nothing else on like it. It doesn't necessarily get great ratings. It's just seen as a marquee because it's The View. It's women. Phil, I asked the same thing essentially to Barbara Walters, who created it, and I thought I was going to be thrown out at the a book signing. Aren't there more entertaining, interesting women out there? Her answer, no. This is it, Phil. That's what you get.
Well, you know, one thing is ratings, but two, if they can consistently get sponsorship, then I guess it's a viable product.
Yes, 25, 26, 27 years of it. Yeah, without a doubt. And I think a rival, well, maybe not. Maybe daytime TV. Daytime TV, in my estimation, so bad, the ignorant women of The View are perfect for daytime TV.
Well, they must be at least covering their cost.
Yeah, well, and it's enormous, their cost. Every one of them is millions a year plus. So, yeah, Phil, it's one of the unexplainable things.
Yeah, and I guess in regards to, Plattner, you again hit it on the head. Instead of going out and looking for people that want to make a difference, they don't give a crap. They just want to push their agenda, their morning writings, and just duplicate it.
Yeah, exactly. Phil, what's your side today? What's better than sliced bread?
Well, me being a driver and doing about 1,400 miles a week, what better than Waze or, not necessarily Google, but just Maps Plus? I remember AAA, we would go in and get a map, and they would chart out the trip. I don't even know how I would hold a map or follow my routes.
Gotcha. Thank you, Phil. Yep,
Yeah,
that
GPS.
is one of the biggest. That is a really good one. But you don't hear anyone say that's better than Siri or Maze or Waves or whatever. You don't hear them say that. It's still sliced bread.
Yeah. You would think, too, because I don't know about other people my age, but I am completely lost as soon as I step out of the house.
Yeah,
I have no
exactly.
sense of direction. Like, none.
Yeah, trying to read maps and get to. Oh, my
I don't know.
God,
Again,
yeah.
that's another thing. Like, I don't know how you guys did that. How you guys got in the car and they're like, well, I think we went up, this road. It'd take us here.
Well, asking a lot of directions of people.
Yeah, like pulling over, guy with the hook on his hand. Like, excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Which way to the log cabin?
Yeah, am I that close to it? No, you're about 1,000 miles off. Yeah. Okay. It is 855-839-1210. Hit us with one of those. And, what would it take? The argument is if the American team, if Trump hadn't intervened, the Inquirer saying maybe the American team would have won and maybe soccer will get its rightful place in America. I don't even know. Yeah, I guess I would say, Henry, that soccer is more popular than ice hockey. I'm saying as an American sport.
As an American sport?
Yeah, well, when we watch on TV, but when you take a look at the number of people playing soccer, you really can't go and play ice hockey.
In terms
People
of,
can play
are we talking like youth players or professionals?
I'm saying overall. Ranking of it, I think it is more. More people watch on TV. They watch ice hockey.
Yeah,
but as an American thing growing, it's gotten beyond that. I think. Is it going to supersede basketball next? I don't think so.
No, only because I think basketball has gotten so big internationally.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it definitely. All right, so what would this nation be like if we were a soccer nation? Our national pastime was watching soccer.
We're heading there.
Oh, my
I'm
gosh.
telling you, a lot of the things you've said today, I think I vehemently disagree
Oh,
with.
well, okay.
Whoa.
What year will that be again where soccer takes over?
We still got some time. You can rest easy.
It's been
You got
27 years since the women's thing, and we
But
heard
that's
that.
women. That's different. I'd argue
Yeah.
women's has exploded to where we are the premier team in the women's
I'm talking
field.
about, though, as our national identity.
Yeah,
That's what I'm getting
I
at.
do. National identity, we're still a ways away. I don't know if it'll
Yeah.
ever reach that status,
Well,
but I
that's
do
what-
think
yeah.
it'll break into the top 3.
I
don't
would
think
say-
it'll pass basketball. I don't think it'll pass football. I do think if baseball, say, has a lockout,
Yeah.
next season, I do think that opens a little bit of a door for soccer.
Oh, man, we're going to be watching soccer. Oh, God,
yeah, you're going to
please
be getting
no
up early on
lockouts.
weekends to watch the English Premier League.
Oh, that's right. No, please, no lockout. Okay, it's 855-839-1210.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Today's Gold Price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,122.55.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time. By the way, we have those Dave Matthews lawn tickets again at about 2:13 today for Dom's Money Melody. Be ready for that. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. So the big question for Democrats is, who is it? Are they going to tag in? Plattner will reconsider all he wants, but I think there is going to be a tag in. And the obvious would be the governor, but they know, and this brings us to the Republican issue. These people are not going to turn out and vote for some, quote, establishment figure. So how about the guy that I told you about, the former speaker there, who's a progressive, and allegedly threw a bottle, I think a glass bottle, at a woman during a debate in the House there. Oh, we got to bring that guy in. Let's get him here. All right, let's go to Bob in Glenside here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bob, good afternoon.
Hey, how are you?
Good, Bob.
So I'm not sure how much you really know about the U.S. men's soccer team, and that is 69% rental European players.
Okay. So the point being
that the assumption that most part-time World Cup soccer fans make is that this team is like the U.S., and it's not. And the fact that Trump got involved, and that seems to be a black mark on him, is the decision was made to remove the red card before he even approached FIFA.
Well, I don't think we know that. I don't think anybody, you have inside knowledge.
I don't have inside knowledge. I'm a 40-year follower of soccer. I coached at multiple high levels and actually got out of the game because I saw the corruption that FIFA pushes down to every national soccer federation. And it's great. It's a great sport for kids who want to play it. You kind of besmirch it by saying, oh, we're going to go out and kill grass.
Well, wait a minute, Bob. I'm not taking away your knowledge base, but come on. Most of these kids playing are doing that because they can't do anything else. I'm talking these youth leagues every Saturday and all. I'm not talking about kids playing at a high school level if they continue to proceed and they really want to play. Those kids are not really playing soccer, you think?
Not the way it's being coached now, but they are an aspirational group who believe they can achieve what Pulisic. I mean, think about it. How many local players from the Philadelphia area were on this World Cup team?
Right.
You know, the 30% that weren't born in Europe were pretty much from the PA area. The goalie, Pulisic, and I think 3 others. So there is aspirational hopes of a kid who's 9 years old playing in an intramural league for Hunter Soccer in Glenside. I mean, the head coach of the Union for a while was someone who played for Hunter Soccer. So there are some pathways, but once you get up to that level of where they're playing in the World Cup, the U.S., I mean, think about who our coach was for the World Cup. Do you think that was really a U.S. decision to put him as the head coach of a U.S. team? No.
All righty. Thank you, Bob. Thanks very much. All right. I know this rental players.
I don't know. I hear what he's saying with, some players are born elsewhere. I get that. Some players are born on military bases. Some players moved overseas and then came back. I get that. But the coach thing at the end.
Well,
I mean, you're hiring the best coach for the team. I'm sorry. We tried the Americans time and time again. They did not work. Okay. We got a professional in here. We got a guy with a winning track record to try and turn this around. It doesn't matter if he's Italian or whatever he is.
Okay. It's 855-839-1210. You get on board. The Smithsonian in the news again. And I'll let you know if there's anything more on this. This Inquirer, even for the Inquirer, saying Trump had them as losers and they played like losers is the takeaway from this. It is astounding after all this feel good to hear stuff like that. I'll tell you what's going on with the Smithsonian again. We have a comparison to Justice Kavanaugh. That's who Plattner's being compared to. How's Kavanaugh on the bench and Plattner can't run for the Senate? Are there differences? Of course. Huge differences here. 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Into the quarterfinals and found out that sports can resist even an autocrat's attempts to stack the deck. All right, let me just break this down a little bit. These people in this columnist and this stuff, they never would attack an American team like this. They would be on the side of leaning toward it's a moral victory to get there. Our best athletes aren't in there. The rest of the world. And there's some truth to this. The rest of the world, they're best athletes. They're kicking soccer balls through all over the place. It's like, why are there so many pictures from the Dominican, which is relatively small, or places like that, versus all these 6'5" Americans throwing 95 plus? Well, there's a lot of reasons of what you grow up with around us. But they would never dare. I just don't get this, attacking the American team in this manner. Yeah, they didn't play well, but they didn't give up. I just don't see, and I watched, because I knew we'd be talking about it because of the Trump thing. I watched a good bit of it, and there was a good degree of action. It wasn't just piddling the ball back and forth, by and large. I don't have metrics of hundreds of games to know, was this somewhat the case? But anyhow, these comments that cosmic payback for a club that hoped to benefit from a president. No, they hoped to benefit from the fact this was the wrong call, this goofy sport and its whole corrupt mechanism with a red card for a play like that. You don't have to know soccer like the last caller, the coach, to know that that's not a penalty that you should be kicked out of the game for, and then you can't play the next game. It's a pretty obvious thing. But that's what this sport seemingly is about. You know, it doesn't seem to be any mechanisms to control. I mean, in other sports, there might be other referees or umpires. There might be a conference and there might be a mechanism where you don't get capital punishment. Here, you can. So that happened. Trump intervened. And I don't care what the caller says. That helped. He shouldn't have. He went public with it. But my God, now we're saying karma. It's cosmic. These American players are losing. Listen to this line. They hope to benefit from a president who wanted to strong-arm Team USA into the quarterfinals. They wanted to get, arguably, at least in this World Cup, the guy had 4 goals. Looks pretty good to me. They wanted to have their 1, 2, or 3 best player playing a team that has played together forever and is pretty good, very good. That's all. They wanted to have a shot at doing this. But they're to be condemned from hell, even though they had nothing to do with Trump doing this. This is how deranged this whole thing has become. 855-839-1210. Autocrat. He's the president of the United States, Philadelphia Inquirer, the same newspaper that went with a guy who always was a dope in his life and now has regressed even beyond. I'm talking about Joe Biden, who has always been a moron to the level that they put up with just to try to get him over the finish line. All right, so again, now this American team will live in infamy, according to the Inquirer, because they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Trump was stacking the deck. He's not stacking the deck. This has happened before. I don't agree with trying to get this rescinded. But the overkill of this is just never ending. It's exhausting. And what this provokes, you can hear it in me. You know what it provokes? It provokes defenses of Trump. We're not supposed to defend Trump in some of these things when we see they're all out defensive measures with this Plattner crowd. And suddenly, this woman's credible because she leans Democrat, breaks into her house, drunk again. And the thing that bothers me most about Plattner, well, here's Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren got it said, Henry, this is cut 6. Here's Elizabeth Warren summarizing part of what is problematic about Plattner. Cut 6.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, That's my kind of man.
Oh, my God. Oh, the cringe factor. Oh.
Because that is a man who not only has the values, but a man who believes in accountability. And we need a little accountability coming out of Washington right now.
Who writes this
we
stuff,
need
Elizabeth?
Graham Plattner to come in and get rid of the corruption in Washington. Time for new laws.
My kind of man. Look, there's a lot of reasons to say he's a progressive. We want progressive values, etc. But the people they're putting up, like this Chris Rabb. Hey, Chris, when are you coming on the show again? You used to come on Rep Rabb before. You know what, Ken Marie? I'll have to call you. What's the problem? You're a coward. Your anti-Semitism, your Mount Airy anti-Semitism, this is the guy that's going to be the congressman there. Plattner, they were putting, Elizabeth Warren really can't believe that Plattner's her type of guy. I don't see it. The whole ethos of the Democrat Party is not toward Plattner, but they'll put up with that because they're looking artificially to try to reach young men, young, straight, white men. And they're not going to be able to do it. I mean, it was beyond cringeworthy. You know me, if you listen over I despise these bro podcaster idiots. Remember the one, too? They're at Madison Square Garden. He makes a Puerto Rico joke. Like, really? Come on. All that work. I'm thinking that idiot is going to cost us. But Trump did that, sir. I include Rogan in it. It's just one conspiracy, one thing after another. There's nothing there. COVID is what made it. He's at a higher level. He gets better guests. But going on that tour of this, why? Because these are people that Democrats can no longer reach, cannot get them to come out and vote. And they think Plattner was the formula here to do that. And he did draw big crowds, the mobs that are there. And it brings up, what are Republicans doing to counter with this? So now what do? They can't put in Mills, I don't think, the establishment figure. So they're looking at the bottle thrower. And if they tag that guy in, who throws a bottle at a woman? You know, or even at a guy. What? We need more details on this. I think tomorrow, if he gets enough traction, I think things get heated. I'm an admirer of that. You know, we're duking it out over this. But you can't throw a bottle at someone.
No.
What, he knocked her down, then he's kicking her when she's down? What's next? Who else are they going to try?
Yeah, maybe in a street fight or something.
Yeah, a bottle. Yes. My God. Henry, it's like you can't even create something like that. Yeah, he threw a bottle at her. Wow, wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're just throwing a tantrum at that point.
Yeah. So we need full details on that. But the soccer thing intrigues me because nothing worse, I think, than to be called a loser. And again, in my mind, playing tentative is not a loser. You know, I reserve that for Juan Soto and the Mets. There's a loser.
They're losers.
They're losers in every sense of the word.
But I would equate the U.S. men's national soccer team to the Mets.
Oh.
You have these sky-high expectations. You have all these great players. You're calling it the golden generation of soccer. You come in, you win your group, you do pretty well, but you don't advance any farther than you ever have in any other World Cup before.
Yeah, but you're looking at results. I think being a loser is the Mets are losers because they're not playing. They don't play all out. Juan Soto and guys like that. If you play all out, I don't think you're a loser.
Yeah, but if your all out is still getting absolutely smoked by an old Belgian team, then something's still seriously wrong. You still have some sort of air of loserdom around you that every time you go up against a big bad European team, you get smoked. It wasn't even close last time. I mean, it was over from the opening kick.
Maybe you're not good enough. I mean, yeah,
and we got to get there at some point. Like we do have more EPL players now in English Premier League. We do have a lot more players because I do think soccer is growing. Like I said,
Right.
I do think it is growing here. I don't think it's at the point we need it to be in order to really contend for the World Cup. I'm not saying we need to contend for the World Cup, but we at least, if you're going to call this the golden generation, you cannot lose in the same round you always lose in, and lose badly because you didn't show up. The lights were too bright. You wet your pants as soon as the game started, and it was over.
That's not a loser, though.
That's a loser in my book.
Okay, all right. We differ on that. The loser thing is the lack of all-out effort, all-out focus.
They didn't have the focus. I mean, it was evident from the get-go.
Yeah.
They were out of position. They let in an early goal. They let in a lot of early shots on goal. I mean, they just did not have it. They knew this was the biggest game of their lives, biggest game of USA soccer history, and they blew it. They're losers.
Let's go to Christian in Devon on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Christian, afternoon to you.
Hello, how are you doing, Dom?
Good, Christian.
Real quick, it looks like none of these people looked into how these decisions are made. There's a committee of 15 people. Our guy had to recuse himself. So it wasn't Trump saying, put him back in. There's some saying review it. They reviewed it. 14 countries, and a bunch of them don't like us, made that decision. So it wasn't he made a phone call and they put him back in.
Christian,
there's a whole
I differ with you. The whole thing is corrupt. So, they did it because we're in the United States. The head guy wants to curry favor with Trump. There's that type of thing. And it was a horrible
doesn't
call.
make the decision.
The
head guy doesn't make the decision.
That's a fantasy world, I think. The corruption here is so obvious to me that I think he does. But again, even if Trump suggested this, how does this get the American team to be called losers now?
Well, that's because whoever reads the Inquirer has an IQ of under 90.
All right. Thank you, Christian.
Whoa.
Thanks very much. All right.
Okay.
855-839-1210. Patty in Mount Laurel on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Patty.
Hi, Don.
Hi.
Hi. I have my answer for the question of the day.
Okay.
And probably only one of the two sexes will agree with me, but I'm old enough to remember garter belts, so I'm going to go with the pantyhose.
I bet Zenos will be calling in to agree with that. Pantyhose over the garter belt. So what's the biggest uptick there? All right, thank you, Patty. I'll let that unsaid. All right, so the greatest thing since sliced bread? No, pantyhose. At least there was a comparison. Unwrapped bread, garter belt, pantyhose. There we go.
Necessarily out of
All
order.
right, yeah, there we go. All righty, 855-839-1210. You can grab a line. Don't forget, around 2:13 or so, we will have Dom's Money push back on Trump, even when it's ridiculous. There are major things. There are things you can talk about. Do we have that O'Reilly cut? I know I sent it late. I'm going to play you Bill O'Reilly coming up. And look, we're friends. But this is a bad look for O'Reilly. O'Reilly's advice to those complaining, even though technically he's got some merit, not a good look when it comes to affordability. What does O'Reilly say if the price of goods is too high? What should people be doing with their money? We'll play you some of that next here on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Now an important message from Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement.
Do you remember the promise that you made to yourself that if your retirement nest egg ever recovered from past market downturns, you would get off the stock market roller coaster? Well, that time has come, and that time is now. The markets have surged since pandemic lows, when most Americans dropped about 40% almost overnight. And now, once again, global unrest is making markets volatile. So don't forget that promise that you made to yourself. Get your money out of risky stocks and bonds and mutual funds. It's time. Keep that promise you made to yourself and your family. Crash-proof your future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Rent-A-Kill North America, Inc. seeks senior engineer in Reading, PA. Must have bachelor's degree in computer science, computer engineering, electric engineering, or related, and 5 years of web enterprise development experience, including building complex, scalable applications with a modern JavaScript framework, including core concepts, identifying and resolving performance bottlenecks with a strong grasp of web performance metrics, lazy loading, code splitting, and caching strategies, creating and managing style sheets, modern CSS, including preprocessors, CSS in JS libraries, and frameworks like Bootstrap and Tailwind, troubleshooting styling issues and ensuring cross-browser compatibility, consuming and interacting with RESTful APIs, data fetching, state management, and effective caching strategies, writing comprehensive unit and integration tests using frameworks, end-to-end automation frameworks. Remote work is an option. Employer will give 2 years of experience credit for a master's degree. Email CVs to dalton.li@rentakill-terminix.com with resume attached in the subject line. Equal opportunity employer.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
This July, celebrate America's 250th birthday with a home improvement project from Kitchen Magic you'll enjoy for years to come. Now through July 11th, save $2,500 on your new kitchen or bath project. For more than 45 years, families throughout the region have trusted Kitchen Magic for beautiful kitchen and bath transformations, backed by exceptional craftsmanship and service. Plus, flexible financing options are available. Visit kitchenmagic.com today and save $2,500 during our America 250 celebration. Offer ends July 11th.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time, 855-839-1210. So Bill O'Reilly is a really good friend, but, off the reservation. Sometimes President Trump has got off this. The Biden years, they didn't get the message. When people feel, correctly, incorrectly, down to the decimal point, that things are costing too much, inflation is always one of the things that really gets pushback. So O'Reilly, reacting to that, has a solution for people. He says, whining about the high cost of groceries and everything else. Here's a little bit of O'Reilly on his podcast.
Record high in the stock market. You may know that. Oil prices coming down. That was easily predictable. And they'll continue to drop. We hope they go below $70 a barrel. Now, the American oil companies will take their sweet time because they want to make as much money as possible from us, dropping at the pump, but it'll happen. But the most important thing is that about 40% of Americans have no stocks, no mutual funds, no IRAs, nothing. Okay? 58%, according to Gallup, have stocks. This is how you grow your money in a capitalist society. Now, if you don't have any stocks, what the deuce do you think is going to happen to you when you get older? What do you think, that the government is going to provide a comfortable living for you? Is that what you think? You'll get Social Security. but that ekes by. You want to live in a trailer? The stock market is the way to amass capital. And I'm not a speculator. I just tell my guys, I have a financial advisor, and you have to have one. Buy the S&P, the Standard & Poor's. That means that buy and just hold it. My portfolio is doing great because his policies appeal to the big companies. But 40% of Americans don't participate in capitalism, and a lot of them are yowling about high prices. Come on. You get 4% inflation here. Live in the real world. So you younger people, you got to get into the stock market. Don't take big risks. Go with the conservative stuff. Final thought.
All right. So is that cringing on the fat cat ledge? Or, the advice is solid. Combination of be in there, but don't take big risks. Exactly.
Yeah.
It works.
I don't
it's
think
effective.
he's out of bounds with that take.
Well,
I didn't realize it was that high. That many people don't have anything.
And it's only in the last 10 years. Prior to this, it was probably 75% were probably not. I think when mutual funds started to begin the rage, more people got into it, 401ks. A lot of people just have a pension. They don't know any of this other stuff. Now, Besant out there today talking about the Trump accounts. And I'm looking at some of the figures. If you invest it along with these at a pretty good level, what the kid would have by the age of 18 is over $1 million. So again, it's a way to make people savvy to pay attention to this. We could take a look back, look at all the things being done to waste time in schools. How much is spent on what we just talked about? Hey, the secret to a financial future is to invest. How to do that responsibly, reasonably, that can be taught. It can be indoctrinated. It can be something that each kid should hear rather than just those that have parents that have done it. So, yeah, the numbers have gone down, but they're still astoundingly high. As O'Reilly said, it's probably 42 to 45% have nothing, are not involved. And again, the inflation rate is not overwhelming, but it is easy for me to say, if you're in Trump's position, you really have to be calm about that and continue to try to drive down prices and to be sensitive to it. The Biden people constantly came up with excuses. We see what the result is. All right, Jim in Gloucester County. Jim is on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Dom.
Hi.
Good afternoon. Okay, you want to hear my answer
Sure.
to the question, or I have a comment on the soccer game?
Yeah, give me the comment first and give us your answer.
Okay, we Americans made a big mistake. We should have never rescinded the red card. This way, our best player wouldn't have played, and now we have a built-in excuse why we lost the game. You get it?
Well, that seems like being a loser to me.
No, but now what's everybody saying now? We're losers. But if he doesn't play, hey, if we had our guy, we win the game.
Well, but
it's a built-in excuse.
It's a loser mentality. It's only about one thing. It's about winning.
Yeah, but we didn't win, Dom.
No, I know that. I'm saying, no, that's why you can't think that way, Jim. It's only about one thing. What gives us an edge in any way, shape, or form to win?
What excuse do we have now why we were so bad?
Well,
we have none.
We don't want excuses.
That's all we do as Americans. We make excuses.
Well, I'm not seeing too many people make excuses for the American team, Jim. I'm just not
true.
seeing that. Yeah,
but they're calling us a bunch of losers. You know, we stink.
Well, that's the Philadelphia Inquirer. Yeah, so,
I know.
Yeah.
And me.
I'm saying we didn't have our best player.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway,
what's your side, Jim? What's the thing
My
better than
side.
sliced bread?
I gave this great thought, Tom.
Okay.
Are you ready to hear it?
Yes.
High heel shoes.
Well, absolutely. Now, I'm not sure of the status of high heels when bread got sliced, but absolutely. And I'm here to tell you the staggering number of women that probably have not worn a high heel in the last month. I bet it's like half the people listening. That's
probably
shocking. More. My God, what's the matter with American women? Thank you, Jim. Yeah, the high heel, I have to take that into consideration.
I don't know if I can accept it, though.
Why is that?
Because high heels were invented in the 10th century by Persian cavalry.
Oh, wait.
Whoa, not invented by the Greeks?
I think he's talking about, I'll help Jim out with it, and he's talking about the refinement of it, and some more, it's highly engineered, I think, after the sliced bread thing.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're right. There's always been some attempt at it. Imagine the 10th century. Get that high heel on.
By the mid-17th century, it was an elite fashion statement for men.
Yes, that's sadly, I've heard that too. Can you imagine? Yeah.
Okay. I'm not touching that.
All right. It's 855-839-1210. You get a line. You can jump on board. The American soccer team, are they losers? Carly Lloyd didn't say that. I love Carly Lloyd. One of the things at the height of her fame, she knew she shouldn't be a field goal kicker in the NFL, and she dropped out after a little bit of it. Maybe she could have been, but maybe she recognized, no, this isn't something I should be doing. She talked about how tentative, and she called out one player by name, the American team was. But it just seems to me, not Henry, he's got other reasons, but the Inquirer and some others out there want to put that tag on them so that they can bring Trump into it. It is just stunning. All right, the Plattner thing continues. I don't think he'll say anything until the weekend, probably. He's not getting any support, though. He's going to have to go. The drop-dead date is July 13th in order for them to tag in and go forward. But as I said, Sonny Hostin, Joyless Joy, both today said they're not going to renounce Plattner, not when they're up against the Epstein party, but they're calling Republicans. So again, we're going to have this back and forth. And I understand why people, even with abuses, say, no, we're not going to be lectured to by these Democrats anymore. Now, they're the ones that said you must believe women all the time. They've stuck by, you have to believe women. And then with any number of their public figures, they don't. Republicans aren't the one that said that. They said, well, you should listen to women. It doesn't mean you're going to believe them. It's going to be tested. Is this woman believable? Almost everybody out there, even the ladies on The View, they're not saying she's not believable. They're saying, we don't care about this. We need that seat. We want that seat. So whatever this guy does, it's fine with us. And their argument is Trump again. Everything comes back to that. Even this soccer match comes back to that. 855-839-1210. High heel pantyhose, not bad. I like the pantyhose. Big improvement over the garter belt. Oh, my God. 855-839. How about yoga pants? All right, is that a big upgrade from sliced bread? Come on, dig deeper here. It's got to be something. I like some of the stuff about roadmaps, modern road mapping versus what we used to have to go through. That is a huge, huge improvement. Is there anything medical that is so overwhelming versus then? You know, testing is better. That's one area I would point toward. Remarkably better, sharper, easier, more convenient. Hit us with one of those. Don't wait to the end at 2 o'clock today. And we'll have Dom's Money Melody. We have that coming up. We do have Jennifer Welsh, Progressive Women Gone Wild, today at 1:45. It's a great one. With the sidekick is the one I'd like to interview. She's just a brilliant all-time sidekick.
It'd be a brutal interview. She'd just sit there and nod the whole time.
I'm sure she might open up,
She might strain her neck.
I remember seeing a play. Ro and I saw down the shore. Ethel Mertz apparently opened up about having to be the second banana to Lucy. And it wasn't good. Ethel Mertz really, the whole play based on it. Oh, pen up. Yes, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment about getting ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale right now. Savings up to 75% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now is the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 big years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 826-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off. Do it now.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
See website for details. MyFastCash.com is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
The mechanic called. The repair's going to be $750.
Oh, we got rent and the car payment. On top of groceries, gas, and other bills. We don't have an extra $750 right now.
We could try MyFastCash.com. When short on expenses, you can go to MyFastCash.com and could get money as soon as the next day.
MyFastCash.com?
Yes, they can connect you to one of the largest lender networks. And you can get a loan even with bad credit. We could be approved for up to $5,000 fast.
$5,000? That must be a long process.
Nope, approval can happen in just a few minutes right from your phone, and funds could hit our account by tomorrow.
If you have a regular source of income and a bank account, you could be approved for up to $5,000, even with bad credit history. And the cash can hit your bank account the next day.
Honey, I'm going to myfastcash.com right now.
Thank goodness.
If you need extra cash, go to myfastcash.com. That's myfastcash.com. myfastcash.com.
Loan availability, approval, and funding times vary. Terms apply.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIA-ZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited-time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
PNC Bank loves an exciting game, but they also think a little boring can go a long way. You see, boring banking means you're doing the right things. That's why PNC leaves the third and long to the professionals. Reliable fiscal strategies are more in their zone anyway. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at progressive.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, and despite the overwhelming evidence, the Democrats' rearguard action, at least some of them, The View, a guy named Charles Blow, you see him a lot on CNN, big New York Times columnist. This is cut 8. Here's one of his tactics, and you're seeing some of them do this. They bring up Epstein, or they bring up Trump, or they go back to Justice Kavanaugh, cut 8.
Charles?
Well, the first thing I always want to say in situations like this is that sounds horrible, and we deserve to hear her more of her case. If she wants to pursue other actions, I think she should be encouraged to do that, and we should wait to hear more of her case. But the second thing I want to say is that we continue to have a situation where Democrats and Republicans are playing by completely separate rule books. The idea that this would push him out of the race, maybe that's the right thing to do. But, Donald Trump was found liable of sexually abusing a woman. And then 8 months later, a separate jury found him guilty of liable for defamation of her. And then 10 months after that, he was still elected. Christine Blasey Ford gave, I thought, compelling testimony against Brett Kavanaugh about what she said she was raped. He was still confirmed by Republicans in the Senate. We are just on 2 different ball fields when it comes to cases like this, situations like this, and politics.
All right, so the Trump thing, can we rest from Trump just for a second here? Bottom line, the Kavanaugh thing. We all saw that testimony. There's no such thing of what Blow said about it, of what happened there, what she alleged, what she could even remember. It was the 11th hour, Hail Mary, let's stop him in any way, shape, or form with Kavanaugh. You remember how savage it was. People banging on the doors outside, screaming, the whole thing. That's what it was about. So dredging that up in the case of Plattner. And why is it Democrats have abandoned him? It's because the people of Maine, they've seen the polling. Their gut is good. He had a 7-point lead. Suddenly, gradually, people paying more attention to this and went, maybe Susan Collins doesn't look that bad. In other words, they saw where the arrow was pointing, that this guy slowly but surely wasn't going to get behind the mob base that he had, win independents, and win enough to beat Susan Collins. Their political judgment, and I think it was smart, this wasn't going to happen. So, if we move him out now, we at least have a shot. We had a shot with Harris. We didn't have a shot with Biden. They may engage again in somebody that got no votes in the primary, because I don't think they'll go with Mills. Tag them in hopes of winning. Remember here in Jersey, 5 days before a Senate election, we actually had a Republican in New Jersey who looked like he was going to win. Torricella was the Democrat, the torch. He got caught up in this scandal with something going on with paybacks and all this in a 7-Eleven. And it was obvious this was probably not going to get over the finish line. Frank Lautenberg, the big businessman, was sitting on the bench. They tagged him in. They got a judge to say it was right, I think 5 days before the election, and Lautenberg won. That's what happens in this case. That's what Democrats are prepared to do, and that's what they're going to try to do here. And it's not just because this woman's compelling. It tops the erosion that we've seen, even though the base hasn't gotten that memo. They're still gaga over Plattner. This is what they want. They want wilder and more extreme candidates. But the sharper people realize you weren't going to beat Collins with this. 98, 99% chance you wait to July 13th and you're stuck. And that's why they're making a move on it. He senses that, and he's probably getting people to tell them, don't let them shove you out. They're going to put an establishment figure in there. We're not going to go for that. So I think there's still some play left with him, but in the end, with no support, no money, etc., I think he'll drop. So what they're doing is they're trying to find a choice, like the bottle throwing guy. Are they progressive enough? Did they get these people revved up enough? Are they anti-Semitic enough to come out of this woodwork? And as I said, two of the women on The View, both Joyless Joy and Sunny Hostin, of course, refused to give this up and say, no, we're not going to be lectured to by the pro-Epstein party. So, again, it defies all the stuff they say about women and what should be done, aside from the politics of it. I'd say by the weekend, he's going to be out of there, and they're going to tag someone in. And then we'll see what the status of play is. I don't think they have much of a chance now of beating Collins, and if they don't, they're not going to take back the Senate. And I'm not watching the Senate on bated breath. The House I am. And the House with the Supreme Court last week, I think, helped Republicans as far as the amount of money they can raise and use in the election. Everything is pointing toward the Republicans, except for one thing. Where's the motivation to get these reluctant voters out? Till they do that, I'm not convinced. Okay, we got progressive women going wild. We have the Welsh woman again, and then we have your calls. We've gotten some good ones. All time, something better. Nothing better than sliced bread, all right? Was invented. They actually did it this day in history. We're looking, by the way, great suggestion from Robert. Might make it into the side tomorrow. You can always make a suggestion. We'll consider it, see if we think it'd be entertaining, interesting to people, enough people would be interested. Could make its way in there. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
To 15-year-old Harper, buying an $80 vintage rock t-shirt is a great investment. To Harper's mom, this logic has a few holes in it. So she helped Harper open a Wells Fargo Clear Access banking account. With no overdraft fees and tools to track spending, Harper's learning, one heavy metal tee at a time. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Terms apply. Visit wellsfargo.com/deposit disclosures for fees and details.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your blocked drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Could this year get any f***ing worse?
Dom Giordano presents Progressive Women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
Gone Wild.
All right, the leading figure and her sidekick, Jennifer Welsh, back with us. It's hard to beat her on a daily basis. Listen to this about how she's feeling because of what Trump has done to America. Progressive Women Gone Wild, cut 10.
And this is what bothers me the most about Donald Trump is the cultural rot of how much worse he's made the population. Trump is going to die or he's not going to be in power. That's going to happen sooner rather than later. But that doesn't fix anything. There's still this cultural rot of a generation that of men and women in this country, women who are now thinking their worth is only finding a husband and being a trad wife, and men who are feasting on a rising sense of toxic masculinity and the rules. I get to say pussy and I can say the R word again. All of this just stupid, low information stuff. He's made the country less moral, less just, and dumber. And that's what bothers me about the residue from this man.
The sidekick usually waits to the end. That's a clue because she does a little titter there with about 3 seconds left. That's when it all builds up and the humor comes out to her, I guess.
I don't know how I feel about her big green glasses either.
Wow, and they're big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't looked up the podcast numbers in a while, but CNN thinks she's a player, so she has an audience for this.
She's angry.
Type of stuff. Exactly. But it's also on YouTube, so you get the oh, man. You got to watch that, I guess. Listening to it, bad enough. Okay, side question today. It is with that all-time thing that's better than sliced bread. Let's go to Bo in Levittown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo.
Hey, how you doing, Dom?
Good.
Hey, I'll give you my answer first. I think the thing that's better than sliced bread, at least for me, when it started, has to be when your payroll check is directly deposited into the bank and you don't have to go to the bank anymore.
That's a pretty good one. And banks used to close at 3 o'clock, that kind of thing. Racing to get over there. Yeah, that's a good one.
As far as the soccer team, they lost the game. They did not play well. They were out of position. I think they were a little bit cocky.
Are they losers?
They were losers that game because they did not show up.
No, you know where I'm going? Sure, they lost them. We know that. Are they losers?
I would say no. I would say they're not losers from that standpoint.
You were on the cliff there for a moment. I didn't know where you were going. Yeah.
It's the TDS with the U.S. is just insane to me. How they hate the U.S. team because of President Trump. And should he have done it? No. Was it a bad call? Yes. But we know how corrupt FIFA is. Let's face it. They were upset that Brazil lost because they were going to lose millions of dollars with who beat Brazil. I forget who it was, with ticket prices and things like that. They're just corrupt, money grabbing pieces of junk. As far as Social Security is concerned, we know that anybody who's bright knows that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. say you were able to, say you still had to have your employer matches your Social Security, and you invested that in like Spire, like Bill O'Reilly was talking about, you'd have so much more money that you could ever spend in retirement, and you'd be able to transfer it to your heirs. That would be my suggestion. The other suggestion is public sector unions like teachers unions and government workers, they should all be on 401k contribution plans.
Well, that's one of the biggest reforms that I wish Republicans would address, particularly, Bo, any all-out assault on the big national teachers unions. I think it's political gold. They're beyond corrupt. They're a good target. We've seen it since COVID, and Republicans ought to do more with that.
I just don't understand it. Why they're not out there every day talking about what they're doing with what they want to do with socialism/communism, the fact that they still want boys and girls sports. Mike Johnson should be out there every day. And before he says anything, the Democrats want boys and girls sports and they don't want school choice. That's
Absolutely.
what you start out with every day in his press conference. I don't understand why he doesn't do that.
Thank you, Bo. Yeah, I would endorse that. Again, the teachers' unions. By the way, in Harrisburg again today, for the third time in one of the committees, Democrats said no. This vote on fairness in women's sports, the thing we always talked about in the House, we're moving it to another committee again. Again, I don't want to fully blame Republicans on this, but if I were in charge with them, what they ought to do is, whatever the thing is, you know how we talk about the filibuster in the Senate, get rid of the filibuster. Whatever it is they have to do in the House to get that to a vote, that's what they ought to do, legally. Whatever the process is, no matter how draconian, just shut it down. They're absolutely refusing. This is like the 40th time. Nope, we're going to move it to another committee. They don't want that to be voted on. Why? 10 to 15 to 20 Democrats will vote to say, no, you can't have guys in female sports. Again, I hope Stacey Garrity continues to hit it up. I've been invited to her event on July 9th, this Thursday, over at the Union League with Scott Presler. So I hope to be able to do that and give you a sense of where the campaign is. They got some heavy hitters. They are raising money. And when we get into the debates with Shapiro, it's going to be interesting. And Shapiro is really in two lanes. So he's taking a more progressive tactic, like pack the Supreme Court, because he thinks people in Pennsylvania won't know about that. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm looking, New York is fine to visit, but my goodness, this is a major housing apartment complex, skyscraper. In downtown Manhattan, they're afraid Midtown might collapse. I mean, it's buckling. It's doing all kinds of things. You rarely see that here in Philadelphia. New York, you're really dealing with a lot of things that can go wrong.
Only in New York, baby.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. And Will Smith saying it was the mayor. It was Sherelle Parker saying, come on, it's for me to come out there, sing that song so she could do the fireworks at 3 a.m. I wonder if somebody had called and said, Mayor, we got to do the July 4th parade. Dom Giordano says so. Come on, show your patriotism. Nope, it's too hot. But 3 o'clock in the morning, it's not too late to do fire. It's always a good time for fireworks. Are you kidding me? I don't care if it's 6 a.m. Get those fireworks going. 855-839-1210.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget. candidate and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit mcculloughsautorepair.com.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. We got a big prize today for Dom's Money Melody at about 2:13, 2:14. Dave Matthews Band lawn chair tickets. We'll give them away if you have the correct answer. The breaking news is now where we are with Plattner is holding the Democratic Party hostage. I know it seems like, well, what's his leverage? We went through that, what his leverage continues to be still, despite all these Democrats jumping off. And that is, he'll drop out only if he gets to put the nod on who the successor should be. I see this. I see it playing out. Now, I don't know who the progressive is that he wants. I mentioned this other guy who's been touted, the former speaker, and apparently this Troy Jackson guy, the allegation is, in a heated discussion, policy discussion, he hit a woman with a bottle he had thrown at her, and a heated disagreement struck a female colleague with a bottle he threw at her. There are many witnesses, and it appears it's a widespread open secret within Maine politics. Wow, what the heck's in the lobster there? You don't see that every day. even the allegation of throwing a bottle at a woman. Now, I'm not sure. Is it a plastic water bottle? Even then, the idea of this guy doing it, realize, come on, in real world, it's a female he allegedly threw it at, coming off Plattner. Now, I'm not sure he's the guy, but what are they going to do with Plattner will not drop out? Well, he's got no chance. They're not going to give him money. He's banking upon the fact that the Democrat Party has gone so far now, the so-called establishment, like Mills, the governor there, even though she's very liberal, they are not going to placate these people. Now, we didn't talk about Plattner. He checks the box, stone cold, anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, in my view, up and down the line. Big time on that. Rabbit. And that's necessary. That's definitely what you need in order to appeal to the people that we hope to beat. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. The other thing we've been talking about, and thanks to, and Guy, if you're listening, check in and give me, you may want to hit him there, Henry, too. I'd like to know what he thought about this. We saw this column, one of their sports writers, one of their premier guys, the name is inconsequential. I don't want to get into that. About how the U.S. team are losers because they played down to the level that Trump expected of them. And that's why Trump tried to get one of their top players to get rid of the red card. And we've already been through. Look, Trump likes to throw his weight around. He knows it's a corrupt thing, particularly the guy at the top. The red card was way over the top. I don't know how a sport even has something quite like that in the heat of the moment. And then they do replay, and then they decide to do it with that. It makes no sense. It really doesn't. You got thrown out of not only that game, but then the next game automatically rather than a review. A review would be fine. That's all that it was. Now, I'm not condoning it. I'm in a camp that says, no, they shouldn't have done. That's their rule. That's what you go with. That's the way that it is. So as a result of that, the Inquirer is saying that this team played like losers because that was Trump's expectation of them. Trump was doing this because he knows they're losers. Well, first of all, how are they losers? Even if they lost to Belgium, it doesn't make you a loser. I mean, I'm very specific about who a loser. The Mets would be an example this year. Any number of teams where they quit, they go through the motions. It's not all out. There's a selfishness involved. Those are the elements that I look at. And they didn't play well. They were tentative, to put it mildly, playing scared and all that, for whatever reason. Maybe they get there. They're not used to this. Year after year, we go through this with the American team. Okay. And 4-1 in soccer is a lot. One of the goals was bad. The goalie, God knows what he was thinking, the third goal. And scoring the second goal after immediately you come back is not a good look. All that stuff. But my goodness, to go down this path because of Trump's involvement in it, rather than just going after Trump, go after the corrupt. I mean, I've said, I don't know how you can do deals with this World Cup team, the FIFA. They're more corrupt than almost anything we have in this country. They're beyond belief, the stuff they're engaged in. But they have something the world wants. It's been a good deal for the United States. I mean, just think of the ranch dressing we've sold. Oh, my God. The dipping and the whole thing. And these glowing reports by all these tourists that are here, discovering the joys of Lemon Hill and everything else.
Wait, you said you're not going to mention it anymore.
That's right. I mean, yeah, it has been a win. I get it, despite the hiccups, like $150 to drive a train for 5 miles. You know, all the stuff that's gone into this. But you got to realize what you're dealing with. This is who they are. It's Mickey Mouse. I liken it to the bad days of boxing when Don King was in charge. Boxing's irrelevant now, so I'm sure there's still, I don't know. Mixed martial arts, Henry, doesn't have as bad of a reputation as boxing. But the head guy there, I mean, I think he does whatever he wants.
Oh, yeah,
100%. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're not exactly.
Yeah, so he probably called up the FIFA guy, too, and said, hey, we'll give you a match. We'll play it on the pitch and just get rid of the red card. And I had people calling me, well, don't you know 14 nations had, oh my God, come on. So the net result is once again how out of control the world of sports, which should be a relief from all the Trump stuff back and forth. Now, Trump does intrude. He knows the power of sports. You got a chief executive who knows sports, engages in it. He goes a little too far on the NFL kickoff rule. We're at the minute, Iran's on the line. They're threatening a nuclear weapon. Roger Goodell on the line. I'm still going to do the kickoff rule. Trump, I'll take the Goodell call. Yeah, and I don't like any of it either. But the consistency of this and how big-time sports is big-time politics. All right, let's go to Chef Dave in Oakland on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Dave.
Okay. Okay. Here's one of the great breakthroughs since the invention of sliced bread. It was called moxidil or Lanatin. It was invented for blood pressure. During the clinical trials, they figured out that people were growing hair on the bottom of their feet, on their forehead, and stuff like that. So, the scientists said, well, instead of trashing it, let's make it into a topical and use it for hair growth, a.k.a. Rogaine.
Yep. I'm all on board with anybody. The mockery that men face with baldness and all is just unbelievable. Mm-hmm. So, I am completely on board with the, I'm flipping coins here, the high heel Rogaine. I'm not sure which one.
I know where your head's at.
Yeah, these all go back to helping males out. That's what these great inventions are, one way or another. What about females? Well, we had the woman to call in and said, pantyhose over the garter belt. And Xenos is in the on-deck circle. Oh man, boy. Look at what he has today. I don't know if the Greeks invented this or not. All right, but right now, let's tee it up. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, we have a pair of tickets today. Lawn tickets to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th, right around the corner. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, Henry.
Yeah, Dom. So, side question today. We're asking for the best things since sliced bread.
Right.
Best things, they might even end up being your favorite things. And that's what I'm going to play you here today. I'm going to play you my favorite things, obviously made famous by The Sound of Music. Only it's not going to be covered by Julie Andrews. No, it is going to be covered by someone else. Someone else who is in the headlines this weekend because besides the 4th of July and all the FIFA World Cup festivities, one of the biggest events of the weekend was none other than Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's big wedding at Madison Square Garden, in which this person was invited to. This person was actually someone that gave Taylor Swift one of her first career tours before she launched her first album. As a matter of fact, Dom, the cover of Taylor Swift singing Lose Yourself actually comes from this tour. Back in 2007, she went on tour with this music artist I'm going to play you, and the first song in her set list when she'd open up for this person would be Lose Yourself. So I want to know who she opened up for back in 2007. Very famous, very acclaimed artist here. Hosted actually the CMA Awards for 11 consecutive years. So if you've watched the CMA Awards, you definitely know who he is. I want to know who it is here, though, covering my favorite thing. true West Virginia hillbilly that enjoys the drink Yoo-hoo. Want to know who this is?
All right, hit us with that. You're off to the Dave Matthews Band. Big tickets. Hope to have them all this week. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210, AT&T. And Verizon Wireless, all you need to do is just push pound 1210.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox. Let's go. But there's one critical step before digging. Wait, what? Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
I should have listened to the home message first.
Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at PDQPOS.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, big prize today. Dave Matthews Band tickets, July 10th, right here in the area. Let's hear the clue.
this West Virginia-born country artist had Taylor Swift open up for him back in the day and was invited to the wedding on Friday. Want to know who this is?
All right, let's try Lori in Levittown. Hi, Lori. What's your answer today?
Hi, Brad Paisley.
All righty. Wow, right out of the box. Nicely played. Enjoy the concert, Lori. Any more on that, Henry?
No, I was just trying to tie it all together today. I thought it'd be easier to go this way than to find some losers, but...
Okay. All right. So
nice.
We got tickets for Dave Matthews. Hopefully we'll have them again tomorrow. Today, day 2, I don't know if anything startling new today, the Charlie Kirk trial, other than to say that how in the world does Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson have any support at all? The wild conspiracy stuff, still saying that, trying to impugn the FBI on this. It is incredible. And I do hope this guy, the evidence leads there, and it looks like it does, is convicted, and he definitely then should get the death penalty. There's no conspiracy here. There's nothing else afoot. There's not always. You have someone deranged. They hated Kirk, his reach, his power, and killed him. That's what we're seeing as we go through this farce of a trial finally. Seems like this happened 100 years ago. All right, so we've been talking about two things. As I said with Plattner, the update is, why is he still in today, given almost every Democrat in the world has jumped ship? He knows he has the base of support. If he tells him, don't show up and vote, it's Israel again, it's corporate, it's the establishment. A lot of them will not show up and vote. So will they allow him to pick his successor? And that would be somebody really progressive, like the bottle throwing guy, apparently. Or at least that's a rumor coming out of this. I don't think they have that good of a shot at defeating Collins, but there are still some things playing off. And two of the women on The View say, nope, if we were in Maine, we'd still vote for Plattner. It is incredible after all this and after, the outcome of this. More intriguing to me. And I haven't seen the number yet, but if the Bosnia game, there was 32 million people, one of these matches, there was 32 million people watching. I would assume last night with everything, it's going to top that. So it's a big story. And people hoping for the American team, watching this, maybe not the first time, but, not routinely, and seeing it as not a good effort. And that's a poor choice. Not well played by the Americans. And then this bank shot with the Inquirer calling them losers. Because once Trump gets involved, you're going to become a loser. In other words, you wanted the edge that Trump was getting you, and karma got you. All right? Oh, yeah, is Guy there?
Oh, do you want him to
call?
Yeah,
sure.
I was just texting back and forth.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. He's the one that, because the column wasn't up in a prominent spot that I'd seen. I don't know where he saw it earlier this morning, and it got me revved up seeing this play out. All right, so hopefully we'll talk with Guy Shiraki here for a minute. Robert in Ben Salem, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Real quick, Dom, I don't think football has anything to worry about as far as being threats. Sorry about that.
Well, I would tell you, I'm sorry to interrupt, Robert. The one threat, and you know what? I think it proves the greatness of football in a sad way. They just ruled that this Dallas Cowboy was only 24, I think it was a year or so ago, went on a rampage with the police, self-inflicted gunshot, defensive end for them, that he had CTE, dead at the age of 24. Yeah, so look, it's a real thing. Guesstimates 30% or so are going to have an issue that is ghastly beyond belief. But I think Americans realize these guys know it now. It's not like 20 years ago when they didn't know it. And Americans are comfortable with it.
Well, through it all, Dom, 80% of sports fans will watch football even if their team is not playing. Right. And I don't think you can say that about any other sport, including soccer.
Wait a minute. That's a great observation, because as much as I follow sports, I'm not watching a baseball game between the Diamondbacks and Timbuktu or something. You're right. Football,
or
you might.
A soccer match between, Borneo and Bulgaria or something.
Yeah.
But also what I'm worried about is the phrase red card will become a thing in the American lexicon, Dom. Okay, you're going to be just like, oh, that guy wasn't a good date, red card him. Oh, this candidate isn't good, red card him. I think it's actually going to have more staying power than hanging Chad did. You know what I mean, Dom? I mean, hanging Chad hung around for a while. I think Viagra knocked that out of the box. But at any rate, I'm going to get to my shot answer. And I'm going to be careful because I don't want to step on anybody else's answer. But my answer, and I checked, it was almost 30 years after sliced bread, Henry. So this is the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm going with the I'm going with the transistor. Now, like the remote is off the board. We wouldn't have a remote without the transistor. I don't want to step on any other answers, but I can tell you that as far as our jet fighters go and our aerospace, the transistor put us head and shoulders above the Russians because they were still using vacuum tubes and cathode ray tubes, which was anarchic when transistors, and which led to nanotechnology. I think it changed the world, the transistor, and how we apply technology across the board. And I'll leave it there, and I appreciate your time, and you guys have a great day, all right?
All right, thank you, Robert. Somebody on Twitter had a good one. The Mac machine, I think we vaguely mentioned back in the day you had to rush to the bank, not just your check depositing, but if you wanted to get money at any time, what were your options? Well, either make it to the bank by 3 all weekend, borrow it off your mother or a friend, or just do it out, pretty much. I mean, it was,
it's crazy.
Pretty closed. I think one of the greatest downsides in that field are restaurants saying if you pay by plastic, they're going to charge X percent more.
3%.
They still do it now.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yes. I mean, it just is a turnoff of the high. I don't know if they all do it or not, but it seems pretty close to 100%. Okay. It's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. And as I said, if a guy calls in, Guy Shiraki's the one that sent me this, texted it this morning. Did you see this? And I hadn't. It wasn't up on the front page or whatever. From the Inquirer, the idea that the American team, after that last night, now, in fairness, I can't say the American team fought, like it was the Alamo and down to the last thing. And even at the end, when you're down 3-1, that's where the strategy there, that's where you really have to take chances. Whatever it is in soccer where you really take a chance, you rush X number of guys, like hockey. I didn't see them do that. They did a little bit of that, but you want to win. And also, Henry, I saw the +4 on the screen. That means it's 90 minutes, but they delayed too much, and there's still 4 minutes to go.
All the flopping, whatever, they tally that up and they put it at the end of each half. So
stop the clock. What's wrong with stopping the clock?
Yeah, I don't know.
Instead, we put a little things, 4 up there. Yes,
it would make more sense than just having to time it and be like, all right,
yeah, right,
and add another 5 minutes here. All
yeah,
right.
Exactly. I'm watching that, and it just was not frenetic to try to come back where you're willing to do anything. You're just rushing in there madly, trying to score. That's what you have to do.
They weren't getting their subs in. They were a mess, and that's why they're losers.
Okay.
Ill-prepared.
Michael in Wilmington on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir?
Very good.
Good to talk with you today.
Very good.
Excellent. Hey, Dom, just wanted a quick couple things I just wanted to add. I have been to that area, Purchase, New York. It's funny when you mentioned it earlier in the show, and I have to tell you, it's a really, really nice area. In fact, it's a small town, and there's a really beautiful golf course called Century Golf Course right there. And in fact, the first time I went there with a dear friend of mine, I run into John Mara's daughter, the owner of the Giants, who's playing golf, warming up on the tees. but it's a beautiful area, and I didn't even realize it's like 5 miles. It borders Connecticut, so you have a lot of wealthy residents, a lot of wealthy people, but a really beautiful area. I mean, it's pretty it's like an enclave, like really small, but a very, very nice area, and also like very
Michael,
close
so
to
that
White
we
Plains.
mentioned it for listeners, that's where Sunny Hostin lives, and yet she still has the nerve to go down this path. Now, I feel good about one thing. People used to go nuts about Joy Behar. She's more of a dope. Sunny Hostin is the most vile on that whole panel and on TV. The bitterness, the racism, the up and down, the anti-American stuff. That's why I'm glad you called in about Purchase New York. That's where the mansion is.
Yep, and I'm glad you brought it, because I'm like, she makes it sound like she's a victim. Yet I've been to the area, and I'm like, this place is just dripping with wealth and opulence. And then last point, Dom, is I don't think our U.S. team are losers. They didn't play a good game. I watched it. They just didn't come out with a good sense of urgency for whatever reason. And those goals were just, some of those goals they let in were just atrocious, but definitely not losers. I mean, I was so excited they got as far as they did. They finally faced a real team in Belgium. They obviously focused on Balogun, and it is what it is. They played a bad game, and a better team beat them. But I would never consider them to be losers. Never. They just lost, and they played a bad game.
And we all look for motivation. Maybe Belgium was a bit more motivated. I doubt it, though. They're older. They're veterans of playing in the World Cup because of the red card thing and all. If they are, I don't know that means you score more goals or whatever. It was more on the Americans. Why be so tentative in a situation like that? I guess Trump had something to do with that, too, somehow or another.
Sure. Yep. So let me just get right to my side, Don.
Sure.
One thing I was thinking, what's something better than, or as good or better than sliced bread? And I was telling Kirk, but I was like, I think a lot of people could relate to this. Like, where would we be without the advances in anesthesia, painkilling in general? I mean, from surgeries to Novocaine. I mean, I remember reading back in the day in the medieval times, even way back in like 18th century, there was no painkillers, no Novocaine, no anything. They did surgeries. I mean, you just had to kind of grin and bear through it, and there was no way to take away the pain. So for me, it was the advances in
look
anesthesia.
At Tombstone. One of the Earps is shot. The stuff that they had to do to try to distract him and take away the pain. Yeah, even the old West.
I mean, Tombstone, Dom. What's that one terrible? Real quick, that scene in Glory and Tatum. They're sawing guys' legs off. There's no anesthesia. I'm like, oh my god. I was like, anyway. That's mine, Dom. I appreciate you taking my call.
You're welcome, Mike. All right, Zenos in the On Deck Circle. You can get there, too. Something that's better than sliced bread in advance, because we still have that phrase in this day in history. That's when they stopped having to just wrap it. They actually were able to slice it. 855-839-1210. And are the American team, in your estimation, however you use it, losers? The Inquirer seems to see it that way. And the reason is, in their view, they played down to the level that Trump thinks they're losers. That's why he did the red card thing. I mean, Trump intervenes in something like that a million times in all kinds of things. Did he think the Americans were substandard? No. He was looking for an edge. I don't think he should have been engaged. I don't think they should have rescinded it. It was a wrong call, but whatever rules they have, I mean, you're just seeing how in the world do you get this level of success at something? The World Cup is bigger than the Super Bowl in some ways. It is around the world. And yet you have people running it that are this incompetent. They're good at one thing, corruption. People want it. You can't explain it. When humans want something, they want it. They're willing to do anything for it. 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Pump up your energy savings with the new Bradford White Aerotherm G2, the only hybrid electric heat pump water heater manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. It's a Bradford White, so it's built to be the best for years of reliable performance, top efficiency, and energy savings. Plus, rebates and tax credits could save you thousands more. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing pro about the Aerotherm heat pump water heater and visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40, and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, got a great side question going on. Dom Giordano's show. And Gino Ariama, the Grand Marshal of women's basketball, et cetera, did a podcast saying the fouls on Caitlin Clark are not a referendum on America. In other words, saying we've gone too far with looking into this. I wouldn't say it's the referendum on America, but it's a referendum on what? Women in sports, the WNBA, the straight white female syndrome that's going on. Because clearly, Gino, you're not watching the same thing that I am with Caitlin Clark. And that's why people are making a big deal out of it. They're tired of the double standard on this stuff. And that's why it's a big deal. Is it the end of the world? Why are we not talking about Iran? All right, Gino, we'll send you over there with Pope Leo. You know, I'd love to see a delegation. Who would I send as a punishment to talk to the Iranians? Definitely Pope Leo. I'd love to see, would he make a face? Would he be exasperated? How long could Pope Leo going before he rolls his eyes? I don't know. He's in a strange lane. He says, all right, you can have a nuclear weapon. Let's all go get lunch now. Guy Shiraki, again's got a great column up. We'll tell you about that in a second. But he sent me a text this morning about this column in the Inquirer. We don't have to name sports writers. You can go and look at it yourself. But the whole idea being the American team are losers because they play down to the level that Trump thinks they are. He thinks they're losers. So Trump had to put his thumb on the scale, such as it is, to get that player back in there because he realized They don't belong otherwise. Something like that. The convolutions of this versus watching the game, they were tentative. They didn't play up to the moment. All true. Was it karma? Let's go to Guy Shiraki here on Talk Radio 1210. So, Guy, are they losers?
No, they played a horrible game. You know, I was saying off air to Henry, look, 2 months ago, if everybody was honest, you'd say they're probably going to make it to the final 16. And if they catch fire, maybe they'll make it to the 8. I think, like we often do in sports, we got caught up in the fact that they were so exciting and so thrilling, and there's this rebirth in nationalism, in due in part because the folks from around the world came here and told us how wonderful America is. We got caught up.
Yeah, you got 3 columns alone out of the ranch dressing guy. I got to say. Right?
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah. I wish they were as enamored with Cheese Whiz. You know, that would be much more in my lane. Look. As often, I as a Philly sports fan, we've watched it, and as a coach, I've seen it. Sometimes you have your worst game at the worst moment. They had their worst game by far at the worst moment. They're not losers. They were should have made it to the 16, maybe the 8. They finished in the 16. They had a horrible game. But what frustrates me, as you said, is that this idea that everything is viewed through the prism of Donald Trump and everybody's measured against Donald Trump, and it snows because of Donald Trump, and the Eagles win or they lose, or Caitlin Clark wins or loses because of Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. The better team won, and the guys had their worst game at the worst moment. They're not losers. They finished about where they should. They're not in league with Belgium. Right. They're not in league with Argentina. Right. They're not in league with England. Not yet.
I think there's one other element. Someday. Maybe I'm giving too much credit to the person who wrote it in the column and all, Guy. I think they're saying what he's trying to get at, and I guess the bandwidth wasn't there, this notion that Trump believes that all these people, he's conning everybody. He thinks we're all losers, supporters of Trump and all that stuff. They want you to believe, because that's a way to get people to turn on him, so that Trump thought the American team were losers. I don't think Trump follows 1 second of this in any realistic way. You know, he might follow football a little bit. Yeah. I've been around it. I've seen it in the Oval Office. He scrambled on everything. He doesn't focus on anything like this.
No, look, I think what you saw in the last 48 hours with President is 2 things that are quintessential Donald Trump. One is, you go back, you've been following him for years. The guy who was on Phil Donahue, the guy who was on Oprah, the guy that was being... This guy loves this nation, thinks it is unique in world history, is the biggest cheerleader of the United States, and I think his love of America kicked in. And second is, he likes to fix problems. I mean, the whole presidency is about him fixing problems built around the idea of making America great again. I think he learned about this, thought his team, his guys got they got the short end of the stick, and he led with his heart, as he often does. I don't think this was part of some master strategy or master vision. The guy who loves America thought the American guy got the short end of the stick, and he weighed in. What the politics of FIFA and all, so be it. He weighed in. This is not part of a bigger picture, not loser. On the contrary, he thinks the United States is the greatest nation that ever existed in history, and that we're all blessed to be here, and you should roll up your sleeves and enjoy the American dream. No, on the opposite. If anything, he weighed in because he thinks America is special, not because we're losers. I don't think he thinks the folks in his audience are losers. I think he looks at his audience, he looks at the people at the rallies and says, you guys are busting your butt to be part of the American dream, and somehow the government was working against you, and I want to make sure the government's not working against you. I think the exact opposite. I think it's a love of America and a love of the audience and a love of the everyday American. In fact, he loves the everyday American more than the elite. He wants the everyday American to have a shot. No, anybody who sees it that way sees it upside down and backwards.
Guy, it looks like with Graham Plattner now, he's holding out, and he wants to pick this successor. I'm not sure if I buy he's really that invested. I don't know that this guy is invested in anything in his life because he hasn't succeeded. But we have a guy who's the progressive in this, and the allegation already out there in a heated debate inside the House, I guess it was, he threw a bottle at a female and hit her.
Look, you and I know what's happening here. They were for him until the polls showed he couldn't win. He couldn't raise money, and he was losing ground, and it's a seat they need. They were with, come on, Doc, you and I, you can read the quotes. You can read the statements that were being said up through the weekend. They were standing by this guy. This is Joe Biden. This is Tim Walz running for re-election. This is Eric Swalwell. They're with these folks, regardless of their character, especially if they're left-wing. They're with them till the end. They decided he can't win, and as all Democratic politicians learn, including poor Senator Fetterman from Pennsylvania, is once your usefulness is done, they throw you away like a tissue. They threw away a president of the United States. They threw away a sitting president the minute they thought he couldn't win, and they couldn't kick him out. They couldn't kick Joe Biden out of the way. No, what's happening now is what we think. It's a fight between those people arguing over what does it take to win. The more traditionalists are saying, let's run a traditionalist against Susan Collins, and the new Mondami, AOC, Tlaib, Graham Plattner wing wants another Graham Plattner. They want another radical. Let them have that fight. It's a great fight because it's a choice between crazy and super crazy. Susan Collins is going back to the Senate, and we're one seat closer to keeping the majority in the Senate. The Maine Democrats and the National Democrats whiffed on this big time, and it's been fun watching them as the rats jump off the ship.
Absolutely. So, Guy, where do we find your most recent column?
Broad and Liberty is my most recent column on the celebration of July 4th, and more importantly, what America means and America should mean. And just like you, I'm continuing to watch the madness of school choice as the Democrats have been trying to explain that when they attempted to kill school choice, they didn't mean to. So I'm sure in the coming days, as the Democrats take another whack at school choice, there'll be another column. But till then, Broad and Liberty,
Guy,
and then
let me ask
still
this
a Freedom Guy on X.
Because I don't want to be too harsh on Republicans. So you tell me. Again, Democrats today referred it to a committee again, not to vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act. What could they do, even if it is just blowing something up there metaphorically? What could they do to force them to have to vote on this?
They're helpless to do it because in order to bring up an amendment, even if they tried to attach it to another bill, the Democrats will rule it out of order, and they won't allow a roll call vote on it. That's why, again, for those of us that follow it, the State House is 102-101, Democrat to Republican. And a lot of times folks say, it's only one seat, what's the big deal? It's a huge deal because the Democrats vote in lockstep, but it's another deal in that Matt Bradford, this guy from Lansdale, the pride of Lansdale, he gets to decide what's on the floor and gets voted on. That's what the absolute control if Speaker Johnson had that kind of control, the world would be different in D.C. So there's not much we can do. And Martina White and Tracy Pennycook and so many others are trying to fight the fight, but we can't get to a roll call vote. So it's another reason, school choice, keeping men out of women's sports, all these reasons the Republicans need to find a way to find a seat and flip the House. You know, Dom, it's the only time I've ever sort of mixed my coaching world and my political world when I wrote about this 2 years ago when the Minnesota, the state championship for softball was decided because they brought in a young man who identifies as a woman to be the pitcher. And he basically struck everybody out through the quarterfinals, semifinals, and championship. And I finally put, finger to keyboard and said, as a coach, not as a commentator, not as a policy person, but as a coach, I couldn't stand and watch it anymore. The thought that girls that I would coach from 10 until 18, that they would have their dreams crushed because of this, not only as a parent, but as a coach, is something I couldn't stand for. So they're fighting the fight. There's no way to ever get a roll call vote because Matt Bradford knows if he puts it on the floor, it would pass 70-30. And they just they'd sooner grasp their ideology than allow common sense to go forward. And the voters should understand that. The old school Democrats that are waiting, the Governor Bob Casey Democrats, the Walter Mondale Democrats that are waiting for that party to come back, The Bob Brady Democrats, they've lost their grip on power, and that's why we can't even agree that men should not beat up women in softball or boxing or basketball.
Great stuff,
It's
Guy.
a shame,
Thank you.
but we
Thanks
keep fighting.
Thanks for the tip today. I wouldn't have seen that till too late, Guy. We'll catch up soon. Thanks for coming on.
Take care. Bye-bye now. Guy
Shiraki here on Talk Radio 1210. It is the lightning round next. Something better than sliced bread, which debuted on this day in history. 855-839-1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Something better than sliced bread. All right. I don't know if we've gotten the kill shot yet. Several contenders. Zenos in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. And how's everybody there in Yasu and Chow?
Well, thank you. Same to you, Zenos.
And I know we're running out of time. I'm going to have to get the best thing that they've made besides sliced bread at one time was deodorant, because there was a lot of stinky people around at that time.
Still are.
And there's still some stinky people that don't want to use it. You know, I see them every day.
Yeah. How are the Greeks on a hot summer? How are they on hygiene, do you think?
Well, I don't know about over there, but over here, you know, we're hygienic, very clean. We smell like, you know, a bundle of roses and everything. Yes, we're doing good because, you know, we're Americanized, and I don't know what people do in Europe. I heard that some of these European countries don't even use it. That's what I heard.
Oh,
so
yeah,
I don't know. I'm talking
true.
about our people in this country, Dom. We use it, and I think that was one of the best things. And, of course, you know, we did a lot of inventions, but we needed that one, Dom.
Thank you, Zenos. He's on the physical, the pap smear yesterday, deodorant today. He's keeping in the athletic. I don't know about this one, Joe. Where you're going, we'll see. Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. What's yours today?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. For my side answer, the U.S. devised a new technique for voting a president. Rather than allowing the population to vote directly, each state indirectly amasses an electoral vote, which is then sent to Washington, D.C.
All right, thank you, Joe. But that came before the sliced bread. That's the thing. I think it's 1810, something like that.
That's kind of crazy. Electoral college is older than sliced bread.
Yeah, there you go. Why don't we say, and that's the greatest thing since the Electoral College.
There's still debate on that.
Well, yeah.
Well, I know that, but they don't get the genius of this. I think it was hotly debated. It is genius. Everybody gets some proportional thing here, is the way that it works. We're not going to be overwhelmed, but it's my ideology coming out, Bill. Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Dom. Happy day after the U.S. ouster from the World Cup.
Losers, Joe, or are they losers?
No. And, Belgium, no. Europe has a head start on us with soccer, but Belgium should feel very, very, vindicated, not even vindicated, but happy that they beat the U.S. with a full roster. And that's all any world-class athlete should feel gratification about. You beat somebody at their best. No matter how bad or how good it was, you beat them.
Well, that is a mark. Yeah. When you have a full team, there's no excuse there. Yep.
Yeah, there's no room for Tanya Hardings in this world.
Okay.
Oh, no. Jesus.
So my side answer, and my dad, this came out of Trenton. My dad had the opportunity to invest in this, but like all other inventors, this guy was as loony could be. But it came in really handy with our school system taking away all the various studies, especially mathematics these days. I don't want kids handling my money at a checkout counter. I'd rather have it done mechanically, and that was the supermarket scanner.
Absolutely. Well, I had a story the other day getting salmon, and it got rung up for $214.
Holy crap.
It was only 4 things.
Wow.
So the guy came over, obvious mistake. She caught it, too.
Okay.
And he said, how much is that again back there? I said, well, when they're on sale, it's $5.99. It may have been $6.99 this time. He gave me the $5.99 for the trouble. Nice tip.
I'm just picturing you with like some like glass. You had like 16-year-old being like, it's not $214, and him being like, well, that's what it says.
You're going to have to pay it or you don't get the fish.
Oh, boy.
Bruce in the Northeast, final hitter. Bruce, what's yours today?
Hey, Dom, what was I saying there? The reason I really like soccer is because it's a great sleep aid. You just put that game on, and you're not out. I'm telling you, it's better than Quaaludes,
Wow.
But, anyway, Dom, another thing. Your personal choice today on the question, I thought you would say the hair dryer myself.
The blow dryer, yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. But my answer is the microwave. It's just an amazing item. You put your frozen food in there. It's done in 3 minutes. It used to take 30 or 40 minutes to cook one of them frozen meals. Going way back. Put a cup of tea in there, and it's a very good item.
All right, exactly. Kirk?
I'm going to go with Jim from Gloucester County with high heels.
All right, it's a pretty good call. Yeah, it was an excellent call.
Can't
Henry?
support it. Can't support it.
Yeah.
I liked Robert and Ben Sam's answer of the transistor, and then the last two we got there, Joan Columbus with the scanner, Bruce Northeast with the microwave.
Yeah. Oh, boy. So, no to none of the pantyhose, though. That was thrown out.
Pantyhose, I can get behind.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get
like
behind that,
stronger
too.
call. It's a good
Did
answer.
you like the high heel?
I can't support it.
Oh, that's
Get
right.
behind
Okay.
it. The Persians invented it in the 10th century.
Oh, that's right. I remember that. All right, we got a little dispute here. So, the scanner. I'll go with the scanner.
Sure, why
All
not?
right, let's put the scanner in. That's true. The Persians had the high heel. Another fact, and not the Greeks, the Persians. All right, afternoon show next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot